request you to take a seat for a brief so that we start off with our activities of today with a word of prayer from our Bishop, Mr. Makemei, then followed by Mr. Fuad. Then we start off. Welcome. And the band will take us for the national anthem immediately after the prayers.
Let me request us to stand as we begin the program. As we pray, we are still in the mood of thanking God because we are just about to touch the final button of the year 2021. And as we give thanks, it's good to have what we call a self-talk, like we learn from the psalmist in Psalms 103, where he says, "Bless the Lord, O my soul." He was not talking to a congregation. He was talking to himself. It is good to have that personal, individual relationship with your Maker and give him thanks. He says, do not forget all his benefits. It is good to remember the benefits of the Lord, having taken us through such a year, this year 2021, when we remember even combining with the 2020, a difficult moment, but we thank God because by faith and by the grace of our God, we are coming out of this COVID-19. Let's not be scared by any other wave coming. We still have faith that God has fought our battles. Let's bow for a word of prayer. Loving Father, again we come before you, thanking you for a new day that you've given us. We appreciate even the showers of blessings that you have released upon each one of us throughout the night, and even giving us grace to start a new day. We want to pray that you guide us and lead us. We present every moderator of the program, every facilitator, every delegate. God, we pray that you watch over us. Give us even the ability to understand that which we need to know, that which we need to go and implement. We are believing that as we approach and as we get to the new year 2022, even our institutions will experience a new wave of blessing, that you protect the communities that we serve. You bless our learners. You remember the teachers working with us. We do thank you. We present also the nation of Kenya. We are praying that peace shall prevail. We give you honor and all the praise. For this we pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. God bless you.
We can keep on standing as we finish the prayers. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, especially merciful. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds. Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful. Malik Yawmiddin, sovereign of the day of recompense. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. It is you we worship and you we ask for help. Ihdina as-sirata al-mustaqim. Guide us to the straight path. Sirata alladhina an'amta alayhim, ghayri al-maghdubi alayhim wala-dhalin. Ameen. The path of those upon whom you have bestowed favor, not of those whom you have evoked your anger, or of those who are astray. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tunakuomba leo tukiwa tunakamilisha kongamano hili la walimu wakuu. Ya Allah, tulijalie utulivu. Ya Allah, baada ya hapa wengi wetu tutakuwa tuko katika safari. Mwenyezi Mungu, ziongoze safari zetu, turudishe kwa familia zetu kwa salama salimini. Mwenyezi Mungu, ibariki nchi yetu. Mwenyezi Mungu wajalie viongozi wetu wa nchi na viongozi wetu wa KEPSHA, Mwenyezi Mungu wajalie hikma na busara kuweza kutuongoza na kusonga mbele zaidi. Mwenyezi Mungu wajua matatizo yetu, ya Allah tuondolee matatizo yetu na utujalie ni waje wenye kukushukuru daima. Mwenyezi Mungu, kila ajaye na shari waijua ya kisiri, zivunde zao dhamira wasiweze kusimama. Tunakuomba yote haya kwa majina yako 99. Amin, amin, amin.
Please remain standing for the national anthem. O God of all creation, bless this our land and nation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu zote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. That was in special dedication to KEPSHA, Uganda Headteachers Association, who is in the room today.
Thank you very much for this another day which we have been given. Can you look at the person next to you on your right and you tell him you are fearfully and wonderfully made? Amina. Let's usher in our Honorable Secretary so that it may take us through yesterday's sessions. Karibuni.
our national chairman, brothers and sisters of the National Executive Board, our speakers for today, honorable delegates, all other invited guests. I want to stand before you this morning, first to welcome all of you to this very, very important day for us. This is the fourth day in our conference. Remember, we started together on Monday, very, very successfully, having a very important National Governing Council meeting chaired by our very able national chairman. Today we are here just to conclude the activities of 2021 conference. So before that, I want to take you through of what we did yesterday. Yesterday was a very, very busy day for us as KEPSHA and the leadership of Headteachers in this country, because it was educational day for us, where all the speakers took us through so many activities, and the following are just some few key points which was addressed by the speakers of yesterday. I want to appreciate the work done by the chairs of yesterday, led by the Organizing and Publicity Secretary and the Deputy Organizing and Publicity Secretary for taking us through and chairing yesterday's activities very successfully. Without also forgetting our national chair, who was present with us since morning, welcoming the visitors, introducing the speakers of yesterday. I want to congratulate him, and more so to welcome him again this morning to continue with us in this very important day. So let me just take you through what we captured yesterday in the morning and in the afternoon. In the morning, we had a speaker by the name Gladys Masai from Semastia, and the following key points were addressed by that institution. Number one is that the institution had done a research to establish the extent of disruption of teaching and learning during the pandemic 2020 in our schools. And out of these, 4,190 teachers participated via an online questionnaire, whereby teachers took varied times to reach their learners during the pandemic, and the following were reported: that 29% took more than 4 weeks to reach where the learners were, and that 5% never reached their learners at all. But only about 40% of teachers during the pandemic responded, took steps towards supporting the learners from where the learners were. Number three, teachers perceived to use the online platform, and usefulness affected their confidence in embracing the remote learning or remote teaching. They also express that the digital device disparity, access of ICT tools, e.g., or for example, the internet, in terms of availability and cost, and also the coverage, are the things that made or delay the continuity of learning in our own institutions. Number 5, the teachers value face-to-face interaction with their students more than online learning. The same institution as an innovation room where learners and teachers engage in activities that provoke the creativity and critical thinking skills amongst the learners in this country. The following were also some resolutions that were made by the director of KICT. Number 1, the resolution number 1 was to implement sustainability plan of action at our schools and teachers' levels. Resolution number 2 from the director of KICT was that they want to review the planned learning strategies in our own areas of concern. They also decided to offer regional leadership in SNE, digital learning, and education cloud delivery. KICT also established a dynamic innovation career in educational technology at school level by our teachers. They also realized that English plus Kiswahili speaking in Africa is very paramount to support the educational innovation and sustainable growth. Number 6 is the growth of indigenous language, teaching and learning through digital platform was also observed by the director, KICT. Immediately after the director, KICT, we also ushered in Mr. John Kimoto from the KICT again, which he took us through the following areas, and the following are the key points observed yesterday. Number 1, acknowledge that the CBC is bringing reliances in our education system. KICT has implemented real-time tracking of curricular books that are to be administered by the Ministry of Education. Number 3, over 1 million devices has been distributed in primary schools, and this has been facilitated by the KICT. The KICT learned that quite a number of primary school experiences the following challenges. A, scarcity of resources in the areas of in our own institutions, and some schools in particular, schools in village areas lack power supply. Immediately after the KICT, we also ushered in another speaker who also took us through, and the following are the key points made by the Chief Executive Officer, ICT Authority. Number 1, the ICT Authority has undergone numerous projects to roll out internet in all parts of the country. Number 2, the digital literacy program was the largest program in the world to deliver digital literacy. On stakeholders' engagement, the ICT work with the key partners to deliver tablets to primary learners, of which KEPSHA was or is a key player in that area. The ICT partnered with the KBLC, and so far, over 22,000 schools use power to connect learners to internet. So the following were also recommendations made by the Director General of the Ministry of Education. Number one, joint planning of education program through the National Education Sector Strategic Plan is very necessary. He also requested that meetings of educational development partners, coordination group, to report on progress of implementation of programs by the government, partners, and civil society organization had been put in place. Complementary and coordinated investment in education by the government, developed partners, was also done. The following were also resolutions made by the Director General, Ministry of Education. Resolution number one was mobilize citizens through regular information and communication campaigns. Building strong partnership between the schools and the communities to sustain reforms in the Ministry of Education. Build on what works and scale back what does not, to deliver short-term results that strengthen the long-term resolutions for the learning activities in our country. The following are key points made by the group that is the Chief Commercial Officer, Equity Group of Holdings. Number one was that the bank recognized the crisis of values in the society and specifically the education sector. The bank invited all the schools to partner with them in water harvesting, which is a new technology introduced by the Equity Bank. The following are the key points made by the Chief Executive Officer, Kenya National Examination Council. Number one was that the education reform should attempt to identify what the child can do rather than what the child can accomplish. There is need to find intervention for all learners so that they do not complete the education cycle as failures. Kenya National Examination Council breaks down assessment into 4 things, which are the purpose, mode, tools, and reporting. Immediately after the Kenya National Examination Council, we usher in the Secretary General, Kenya National Union of Teachers, and the following remarks were made. Number one, KEPSHA thank you. The Kenya National Union of Teachers touched the following. Number one, NAD proposed that grade 7, 8, and 9 be taken by the primary schools. And therefore, the NAD proposed that the secondary school become day scholars so that the parents are also involved in raising their children's standards. The following were also initiated by the Teachers Service Commission. The entry requirements in the teaching profession has been raised. For instance, the bus mark for the graduate teacher is C+, and the diploma is C-. The Teachers Service Commission also elaborated and said that there should be classroom experience through offering internship. For instance, over 20,000 interns has been engaged by the Teachers Service Commission to assist in teaching. The capacity building programs like CBC has also been trained. They have trained over 20,000 teachers across the country. The Teachers Service Commission also elaborated on the issues of monitoring and coaching, which has been going on, as especially for the newly recruited teachers who undergo education currently. Teachers' shortages are being addressed by the Teachers Service Commission, and this is their full mandate. So the Teachers Service Commission has taken remote learning as alternative mode of teaching, especially live online classroom, and on this account, 163 teachers has been trained on the same so far. So immediately after the Teacher Service Commission, we also ushered in a group of panelists who also discussed so many things, and they came up with so many key points. They say there is need for open communication among the learners in our country, and they were also encouraging guidance and counseling across the board in our various institutions. So therefore, after the panel group, we also usher in the ICT Innovation and Integration Center, who also elaborated on some issues like the classrooms, communication and community mobilization, and plan activities in targeting the county's Ministry of Interior. The last one was Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya, which also took us through some few things, and finally, we also captured the goodwill of Headteachers on VBE implementation is ongoing. So our yesterday's activities was closed at about 2:30 p.m. So I want to congratulate you for listening and thank you for coming. Those were the summary of the key points addressed by the speakers yesterday. Karibuni, karibuni.
Thank you very much, our Executive Secretary. Can we appreciate him with a one clap? Tumpatie. This is a season for giving, so we should give him a very good clap, and then we continue. At this juncture, I want to take this opportunity and welcome Madam Mary Diogo, so that she takes us through Ascension. Welcome.
The National Chairman, KEPSHA, all protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Mary Viongo, and I work for the National Council for Children's Services, which is under the Ministry of Public Service, Gender, Senior Citizen Affairs, and Special Programs, and it's the ministry that is mandated to oversee over child rights and welfare. And we are here today to share with you some of the policy directions that the government is taking. And as KICD is transforming or reviewing the curriculum, the ministry, excuse me, the ministry is reviewing the way we care for our children, that is transforming care in Kenya. And this is informed by the global shift that is there, because Kenya has ratified several statutes, starting with the United Nations Conventions on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and these have been domesticated through the Children Act 2001, and is currently being repealed, and we are hoping that very soon we'll have a new act that is going to address all the emerging issues and address the gaps that have been realized in the process of implementation. We are also mandated to report on the level of implementation of those statutes that the country has ratified. And with me is a colleague who I'm going to invite to take us through the presentation so that we see where we are heading as a country as far as child welfare, rights and welfare is concerned. So I want to take this opportunity to welcome Madam Grace, who is a member of the National Care Reform Core Team, so that she can take us through the reforms. Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Chair. All protocols observed this morning. I'll build on where Mary has left. As a country, as she mentioned, that Kenya has ratified different instruments in relationship to care and protection of children. And so the government has taken a direction of ensuring children grow in family environments, not in the institutions of care. The country is promoting family and community-based care for every child, regardless of where they are coming from. In our constitution, family is the smallest fundamental basic unit where each one of us should grow and where we should nurture our children. And so what is the rationale behind shifting away from putting children to the institutions of care, what we call children's homes, what we call orphanages, what we call other names? The rationale behind that, it is because when children grow in the institutions of care, they are isolated. Their developmental growth is impacted, both physically, cognitively, and all areas of domains of a child is impacted. So Kenya is shifting and aligning itself with other global shifts that are there, and more so to ensure that none of the child, whether they are coming from those families we call destitutes or poverty places affected, they need to be accorded the right environment for their growth. And that is family institution and not any other place. So I want to highlight a few things that is going to happen, and teachers and head teachers and the education sector is very important, because most of the children that are removed from their families or separated from their families, they are separated in search of education. And so this morning, it is very important that we know our role as teachers, we know our role as head teachers, to ensure that no child is going to be separated from the family because they are searching for education. Allow me to highlight that the care reform strategy has been developed, a strategy that is going to take 10 years, and it is going to be implemented in 3 phases. And this care reform strategy is providing steps of prevention and family strengthening. Number 2, it's also providing provisions of ensuring there are alternative family care options, as opposed to only having children's homes or institutions of care. And these alternative family care options, they are adoptions, kingship care, and kafara for those that are coming from Muslim faith, and there is foster care and guardianship that are provided for in our Children's Act 2001, and they have been provided for in our amended Children's Act 2021. The other thing, the care reform has set in the strategy has also provided levels of implementations and list levels of implementations. They are both at the national level, at the county level, and at the non-state actors level. So in all these levels, we shall be able to interact. So allow me to share what's wrong with institutions of care. Why institutions of care have gaps. What's wrong with them? It has been highlighted in the research, a research over 80 years research. It has shown that the growth and the development of children is impacted. And as I mentioned earlier, both physical, psychological, cognitive free, the children are impaired or impacted. The other area of impact is that when children grow in the institutions of care, there is delayed cognitive and physical development. Because if you have 30 children as a caregiver, 0 to 5 years, how will you ensure you are interacting with these children? So some of the children, or almost all the children, they are affected. There is also poor cognitive process, how they process things. The other thing is that because of that lack of interaction and one-on-one interaction when children are in group care, children are not able to develop social skills as they grow up. They grow up affected in their social relationships with others, which means even when they graduate from the institutions of care or children's homes, they'll have challenges to interact with others in the community. A research was done of children that grew in the institutions of care, and it found that 1 out of 5 became involved in criminal activity, 1 out of 7, 1 in every 7 entered into prostitution, and 1 in 10 committed suicide. Again, they are seeking for identity, because when we separate children from the community, from their families, we separate them to develop identity. All of us need a sense of belonging, acceptance, and love, and a place that you identify with yourself. So when children grow outside their family care, in the institutions of care, they lack that identity. Children who grow up in the families, they also are affected. Thank you so much. I also want to mention, because I'm summarizing now, there are myths and misconceptions that children who are in the streets or children who are in the children's homes, they are mayatima. How is your mayatima? It has been found, you go into a children's home and you assess the number of children who are there. They are not mayatima. They have families. So it is important to ensure that children grow up in the families. So what is the National Council of Children's Services asking us today? I'll share at the local level what the National Council is asking us today as head teachers is you become champions of care reforms in your communities. Begin to promote family and community-based care for every child. I know, and I have met many children who got letters from schools to allow them to be separated from their families. So I'm asking the head teachers who are here today, from today henceforth, do not provide letters to separate children from their families. And sometimes you write those letters, these children are destitute. You remove 2 children, you leave a mother with 3 children. How is that family are destitute if you are only taking 1 child or 2? So you become champions. Number 2, you pray the gate of gatekeeping law. Pray the gate of gatekeeping law. The other thing, identify children that are going through abuse or they are having challenges so that they can be provided early help interventions. The other thing is, as I've said, early detection, early help, and promotion of inclusion and integrated services for children with disability in the communities. So that is what we are asking you. And the last one, which is very, very important, many children are going to be reintegrated back into the community for the next 10 years. Please receive those children in your schools and accord them the right help. Children will come all over from the country, coming back to the communities, and they'll have to continue with their education because that is their right. So provide them the help that they need. That is what the National Council of Children's Services is asking you, And we hope in the future, every time you have your conferences, the National Council for Children's Services will come here so that you can support the process of care reforms in Kenya, where we are promoting family and community-based care for every child. Children belong to families, not orphanages. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam, for that presentation. Let's give her another clap, a non-violent clap, because she is for the violent, non-violent homes. So non-violent clap, can we give it to her? Thank you very much. Let's usher in our National Treasurer, Mr. Cheva, so that he may take over from there. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Session Chair, Madam Winnie, our National Women Representative KEPSHA, the National Chairman, our distinguished guests today, led by our employer, Dr. Ruben Damburi, and your powerful entourage today. Ladies and gentlemen, God is good, and all the time, the chairman, the delegates in the House are the most dedicated delegates in your conference. This is the final day, and they are here with you. Ebu tujipigie moja wale tuko kwa nyumba. That one is for us, for sustaining the 3 days. As I speak, I would want to ask members of the NGC to assist the 2 gentlemen or 3 gentlemen who are distributing my teaching aids, because my lesson today is going to be brief and is going to be supported by teaching aids. And they have not yet gone round. I would wish it goes faster. NGC member in the House, assist to have copies go around quickly. And so from our table of the Accounts Department of KEPSHA, we have prepared the annual reports and financial statements for the period ended 30th September 2021. And therefore, without any further ado, and as the copies go around, I'll make a brief summary at the end, but I would like to introduce to this congregation our auditors, those who went through our accounts and produced the report you've just received or you are just about to receive. Our external auditor remains Kigo Njenga and Company, Certified Public Accounts Kenya, with their head office at Kugeria Mansionettes number 5, Rafman.
Once again, it's my pleasure to present to you the organization's audited account for the year that commenced on 1st of October 2020 and ended on the 30th of September 2021. That's 1 year, the so-called financial year. By so doing, I take cognizance of the fact that not all of us are accountants. And so, I'll take this chance to explain in brief what is the content of this document. Financial statements are basically made up of 2 crucial components. One is the income and expenditure account. This particular account highlights the incomes that you have obtained and the expenses that you have incurred and any surplus or any deficit that is forthcoming or that has been attained or suffered during the year. And because you need to understand this, I'll first explain the ingredient of the income and expenditure account, and I request you to turn to page number 10. Please turn to page number 10. On note 8 in page 10, we'll highlight the details of your income, which we shall summarize in the income and expenditure account later. The year 2021 was another COVID year, and KEPSHA was not spared, just like any other institution in the Republic of Kenya and the globe at large. During the year 2021, on note 8, members' contribution stood at 79.369 million, down from 100.4 million the year 2020, a reduction of 21.1 million in your contribution. The conference fee, which you obtained by holding the conference we are in today, was a mere 120,000, down from 20.651 million obtained in the year before 2020. That members' contribution in total was 79,490,570, precisely 79.49 million, down from 121,137,885 shillings, or simply 121.137 million the year before, and that is a reduction of well in excess of 21 million. And then exhibitors' contribution in sponsorship and exhibition was only 4,164,000. The year before, we had obtained 9,731,000. That means we had a reduction of 5,566,000 in the current year. Overall, KEPSHA's total income was 83,655,000, down from 130,869,000 the year before. So in the year we are reporting, our income was down by 47,213,000. Our income went down by 36% in the year 2021 compared to the year 2020. Correspondingly, expenses are not avoidable. On page 11, we detail the various categories of expenses. On note 9, we highlight the administrative expenses. Associations operating expenses, this is national, regionally, in the counties, the sub-county, all over the country. We spent 25.298 million from 23.8 million the year before. On printing and stationery, 23,000 from 450,000 the year before. On transport and traveling, 855,000. Office expenses, 457,000. No donation was given this year. The year before, you donated $1 million bob for COVID intervention. In the current year, there was no donation, again due to the financial difficulties. Telephone and postages, we spent 587,000. Motor vehicle running and maintenance was 375,000 from 75,000. The increase is because one of the vehicles was refurbished two ones at the beginning of the year. Rent was 1,010,000 from 503,000. Now that we are paying regional rent outside Nairobi. Audit fee 580,000 as it was the year before. Legal fees 200,000. It was 508 the year before. Consultancy 40,000. Website and internet 180,000. Honoraria 3.6 million as it was year before. TASC recertification 11,000. Fumigation as a COVID intervention 8,000. and then transition expenses from the previous management to the current management, we spent 196,000. So our total administrative costs was that 3.424 million from 31.6 million. On training and capacity building, which is the core activity, members' capacity building cost was 20,540,000. This reduced from 35,906,000 that was spent in the year 2020. Reading material, we spent 69,000 from 1.7 million that was spent the year before. Food and accommodation was 1.4 million. We had spent 4.8 the year before. Transport 764,000. We had spent 1,196,000. Venue and hire facilities 2.9 million. The year before we spent 10.3. Training cost 150,000. Publicity 609,000, down from 809. And then facilitators 28,000, down from 170. Monitoring and evaluation to the regions and the county and sub-counties 25.2. The year before we also spent 25 million. Information gathering, magazines 0. Information gathering 28. And then we have information gathering 1.5. Printing 138,000. Branding material 51, IT support 50,000. Please note that the training and capacity costs stood at 53.496 million. That is down from 91.161 million in the year 2020. So we reduced avoidable costs by 37.665 million. That is a 41.3 million reduction. Note that that reduction affected avoidable costs, costs that we could have avoided, but other costs are unavoidable and were incurred. On staff, on page 12, we spent 4.3 million, down from 6.1 million the year before. Depreciation, note number 12, is wear and tear of the assets that we have in the offices. No addition was done during the year. And the reduction you can see there was because the assets continue aging. That's 1.3 from 1.7. On finance charge, these are bank charges. We only had 8,700. The year before, we had spent 145,000. Reason being, we did not have our own learning in the year under review. In the year before, we had a loan and paid interest costs of 27,000 shillings. So ladies and gentlemen, looking and having a synopsis of this, once again, you can see a great reduction of cost on number 10, note number 10, page 11, that's administrative costs. When the income was declining, the management decided to also reduce avoidable costs on administration, and that actually culminated in a reduction of costs by 37.6 million. So, ladies and gentlemen, those summaries of income reducing, expenses reducing, is given in a summary we call the income and expenditure account. And all what I have told you at this juncture is now summarized, and you need to turn, therefore, to page 6. Now you can see a synopsis, a picture, a synopsis of all the details I've given you. If you've turned to page 6, look that our monthly contribution reduced to 79.3 million from 100.4 million. Our conference fee was 120,000 from 20 million. Other income from exhibitors was 4.1 million from 9.6 million. Our total income stood at 83.6 million from 130.8 million. See, a reduction of 47.2 million in income, in real terms in income. Our expenses to administer the society stood at 3.4 million from 31.6 million. Our training and capacity building, which is the core mandate of KEPSHA, stood at 53.4 million from 91.1 million. Our staff cost was 4.3 million from 6 million. Wear and tear, 1.3 million from 1.7 million. Bank charges, finance charge, so they are called 8,000 from 145. Total costs for running this society was 92,592,649, or simply 92.5. And this declined from 130.8 million in the year 2020. That's a total decline of that 8,229,000, which is a decline of 29%. In the year under review, because of the decline in liquidity, as stated, we earned 83.6, spent 92.5, and therefore made a deficit of 8.9 million. Unlike the year before when things were better, when we made 130.8 million and spent 130.8 million, that's making a meager surplus of 47,000. Ladies and gentlemen, that a 6% reduction of 47 million in income was counter-fronted by a reduction in affordable expenses by that 8.2 million, or 29%. And the deficit was as a result of that. As a result of raw income, avoidable expenses that could not be avoided. And also, it's very, very important to note that there was some element of declining membership. This declining membership was there. It was a thread that was coming even from 2019 to 2020. But towards the end of the year, there was an upsurge and membership increased by 4,000, over 4,000. You see in the statistics. But that you cannot get the benefit in the historical year that we are covering. The benefit can only be felt in this current year. So basically, that is your income and expenditure in a synopsis and in details. Ladies and gentlemen, the next financial statement that I would like to present is the balance sheet, or the statement of assets and liabilities. Once again, for you to understand it well, I need not to give you the synopsis, but I need to take you through the various details. And that is shown on page 8. On page 8, there is a table there, a schedule, a tabulation of your assets. Even page 8, furniture and fittings that you have ever bought has cost you 647,000, but has been depreciated to a total of 365,000 for wear and tear. Their book value today as they stand is 282,000, down from 322,000 the year before. You have motor vehicles that have cost 10.4 million, but has been depreciated to 7 million, that their value is 3.3 million, down from 4.5 million the year before because of wear and tear. Office equipment that you have ever bought has cost 130,000, been depreciated 72,000, their book value is 58,000. Computers that you have ever bought is 1.2 million, depreciated or won by 998,000 provision, and their book value is 299,000. Overall, you have had assets worth 12.5 million, has been depreciated or worn out to a provision of 8.5, and their book value stands at 4,020,000. That figure will stand in the balance sheet as the non-current assets or the fixed assets that move from one year to another year in the balance sheet. If you turn on to the next page, which is page 9 again, when we go to the balance sheet, we will talk about cash and bank balances. This is a tabulation. We didn't have as much cash as we had the year before. The year before, at the close of the year, we had 8.5 million. At the close of the year, on 30th September this year, we had only 1,284,000. You can see the reduced income manifesting itself in the cash balances that we held. And even the deficit now being confirmed by the reduced cash balances we had. Rent deposit is 86,000. General reserves, this is the accumulated surpluses over the years. General reserves at the beginning of the year was 9.5 million. Because the other years without COVID, things were good. But with COVID now, we started making deficit. And then this was reduced by the current year's deficit of 8.9. However, in the last year's delegates meeting, ADC, we were around to write off or to add back creditors that have been in records and can't be traced. And we therefore added up creditors of 1.6 who are, as shown on note number 5, education in action. Nobody can trace this transaction but has been there for all the years. Number 2, access international education, 1.176 and 500,000 respectively, totaling to 1.6 million. Then, therefore, the actual creditors that the society owes is audit fee 580. Salaries were not paid at the end of the year of 1 million plus honoraria, and and there were no other creditor. 3,092,000 is the total creditor. There was no loan account. Most of these creditors, except for Kemi, has been paid. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us now look at the financial statement as published on page number 5. Now, this is a summary of what I have told you. As I said, on page 5, turn to page 5. That fixed assets, non-current assets on page 5 was 4,020,000. I took you through the schedule with the computers and motor vehicles. That's the summary. In the bank, we had 1.284 million and then deposit of 86,000. That added together, the asset portfolio is 5,391,754. It has reduced from 14 million the year before. Reason being that there was that shortfall in income for the society because you are a non-profit making organization. This has been financed by the members' reserves that stands at 2,299,000, down from 9.5 million because of the deficit of the current year, and also the creditors, that is people who are not paid, are the financiers to the tune of 3 million. So the total asset portfolio, the net worth of this organization would be actually 2.2 million, but the balance sheet values and asset values at 435391754. I presented this to the entire management board on the 15th day of December 2021 and was approved and signed by the chairman, the secretary, and the national treasurer. To actually make life easier, there are some reports here that I would like us to look. I'll just have a quick look at them. And please go to page 1. A summary of what I have told you. I indicated to you that membership increased towards the end of the year. Look at page 1. From 14,845 to 19,000. That increase was at the end of the year. So during the year there was some decline, there was an upsurge. Then reserves coming down because of the deficit. I have told you about the properties as they stand there, that is cash even. Creditors, they are only the accrued and Kemi, and then we made a deficit. Members' contribution went down by 83, and learning expenses also went down by 92. You can see that data there. Then following there is the list of those in charge, and this is the chairman, John Zioka, his deputy, Fuadi Ari, secretary is Philip Mitei, the treasurer, the deputy national treasurer is Humphrey Gitonga, the treasurer is Kennedy Kieva, Phoebe Kitoi, the deputy national treasurer, Fatuma Olo, the publicity and organizing secretary, James Masharia, her deputy, Winfred Sira, the national women representative. Members of the National Executive Board are Caleb Oyugi, Francis Dirango, and Thomas Denda. You are registered under the Section 10 of the CITES Act, and your address are the same. And the principal activity remains to promote teaching profession through capacity building. During the year, you earned 83 million, spent 92 million, and had a deficit of 8.9 million. And on page 11, your bankers were BBK, that is Absa Bank, Queensway, Equity Bank, KCB, Lavington and Moi Avenue. Your lawyers were Oyuba, Mosota, and Wamoya Advocate. We are the auditors, Keojenge and Company, and as required by law, if we find things that are illegal and we don't need to be associated with it, we are given authority to exit. We found nothing that's illegal in this organization and express our willingness to continue serving you. Then on page 3. Page 3, I don't want to waste your time. I'll just do again a summary. Page 3 is the statement of corporate responsibilities. The management has a responsibility, one, to prepare a financial statement for every year and to maintain records and to ensure the records and the financial statement are in agreement and that they represent the financial position and the results at any one time. That's paragraph 1. Paragraph 2, they therefore accept this responsibility, they accept this financial statement, they agree they have complied the Corporate Societies Act as I have reported, and therefore the management committee take responsibility and are of the opinion that in paragraph 3 that this statement gives a true and fair view of the state of the financial affairs of the society and the operating results, one signed again by the National Chair, the Secretary, and the National Treasury on the 15th. On page 4, the auditor's report. It is mandatory I read it. I now report to you, the members of KEPSHA, that we have audited the financial statements of KEPSHA, set out on pages 5 to 10, which comprises the statement of financial position that is September 2021, income and expenditure account for the same period, and a summary of significant accounting policies and other explanatory notes. The management committee is responsible for the preparation of an fair presentation of this financial statement in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standards and the requirement of the Societies Act. This responsibility includes designing, implementing, and maintaining internal control relevant to the preparation and fair presentation of financial statements that are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, selecting and applying appropriate accounting policies, and making account estimates that are reasonable in the circumstances. Our responsibility as auditors is to express an opinion of this financial statement based on our audit. We conducted our audit in accordance with national standards on auditing. These standards require that we comply with the ethical requirement and plan and perform the audit to obtain reasonable assurances where the financial statements are free from material misstatement. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our audit opinion. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statement gives a true and fair view of the state of financial affairs of the association as of 30th September 2021 and of its financial performance and cash flow for the year then ended in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standards and the Societies Act. Key audit matters. The membership of the organization had reduced with a notable percentage, and I have reported that. It has, however, had an upside towards the last few months. This will, in effect, reduce the turnover. It has reduced the turnover of this organization. Every effort, though it has been made, and I congratulate this organization and the leadership for that, you should continue increasing membership if you have to improve your income in the foreseeable future. As required by the Societies Act, we report that to you, that based on our audit, we have obtained all the information and explanation to the best of our knowledge and belief are necessary for the purpose of our audit. And in our opinion, proper books of accounts can be kept by the association so as appears from our observation. The association statement of financial positions and income and expenditure accounts are in agreement thereof. The engagement partner responsible for the audit resulting in this independent auditor's report is myself, CPA Francis Kigojenga, practicing under license number P981. That's signed, and that is your report. Ladies and gentlemen, survival through COVID has affected every institution, including the Republic, so our Republic, Kenya. So, surviving and maintaining it, as our bishop said, and those who read us in prayers, is an act of God that should not be taken for granted. What I can report in conclusion is that KEPSHA is a going concern. It is going to be there even the next financial year. It is an organization in posterity, though the difficulties of COVID are still with us. And so difficult times cause for difficult engagement, and please support KEPSHA by being united, by working together as a team, and together we shall consider ourselves successful when KEPSHA goes to the next level. I wish KEPSHA all the best. I wish every member a long life. A Happy New Year 2022, full of peace and God's blessing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francis Kigo Jenga of Kigo Jenga and Company Audit Firm. Ladies and gentlemen, turembeshe tumlipe vizuri. He has really expended energy. Implement. Thank you, Francis. Mr. Chairman, the auditor has expended so much energy that he has done my job. The note that we need to thank you members for being the sole sponsors of KEPSHA, because in the pandemic, majority of our donors were affected by the pandemic, and they pulled out. You delegates, the 19,000 members, paying members, are the sole sponsors of KEPSHA. I would say we thank those 19 members. Turembeshe tuwalipe those 19,000 members. Implement. That was you and me. And having gone that far, Mr. Chairman, this report has not been adopted. I want to thank the auditor and thank these members and call you, Mr. Chairman, so that I present this report to you for adoption.
Thank you, our treasurer and our auditor, guests who are with us. I want to first and foremost take this opportunity to appreciate your being with us, the Director, Quality Assurance and Standards in the Teacher Service Commission, Dr. Damburi, and the Director, Minister of Education in charge of Field Services and Co-curricular Activities, who is with us, Mr. Anan Abdi. I wish to register my appreciation, sincere ones, for you having found time to be with us, and all the other guests who are seated behind and in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Jambo. Yes, I'm happy that we are here together this day, very important day, for the conclusion of our 2021 conference, which is the 17th edition of KEPSHA. And I am really impressed by your patience. We are expecting our chief guests in a short while. So I want you to be patient with us so that we show our employer how we value him. Having found time to come down to Mombasa during these holidays and denied his family his presence to come and be with us. So kindly continue being patient, because he is very near coming. And at this juncture, because I've been requested by our treasurer to accept this report, I want to ask you to support me to accept this report by having somebody to propose and somebody else to second. Thank you. Here, and a lady there. Thank you. Stand. Let's have a
I, Omari Munyifa Kipof, TSC number 244766, I propose the audit report for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Omari Pofu.
Okay, thank you.
Next here, there's a lady here.
Thank you. I, Mumbi Salimini, from Eastern Region, do hereby second and adopt the report.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Lady and gentlemen, and now I'm sure everybody is with us that we have adopted this report, and in case you have anything you would wish to raise, it will be welcome. Thank you. But in case you would feel there is something which needs consideration, later you can put a small note in writing and pass it over to my desk. Then I'm assuring you that one will be addressed. Thank you very much, members. Yes? Yes?
I, Bol Kipto Koech from Kericho County, TSC number 276359. There is a question I wanted to ask on the issue of contribution of members from in the country. For quite some times now, we have not been receiving funds that we collect every month. The auditor has taken time to explain to us on what really happened when we had COVID-19. We are all aware that teachers in the country, though we were affected by this problem, teachers were on payroll and they were monthly contribution. As members, leadership in the sub-county level, we have head teachers who are running the sub-county, we have head teachers who are running the county, and in many times we don't get money that we run the affairs of our teachers at the sub-county level. You members at the national level, you contribute money, and the running of this KEPSHA is done by members nationally. But sub-county members, leadership, I as a chairman, or I as the KEPSHA treasurer, we don't have funds that we run this affair of our members at the grassroots level. That's a big question that we need to be explained to before we leave the venue. It will be very unfortunate for all the members to leave this venue when our members at the sub-county level are not actually being facilitated to run the affairs. Looking at the huge amount of money that you have collected, there is capitation, there is administration, there is seminars, there is accommodation, there is travels, but at the grassroots level, we don't have those funds. It will be very much unfair. I expect that this conference to be able to explain to us, as head teachers at the grassroots level, how then can we be able to run at the affairs of our KEPSHA members, while at the same time we contribute funds to the national level in terms of NAT. Members, let us be fair, let us be able to address the issues of our members at the grassroots level, to be able to bring these head teachers to this venue. They were able to run, they were able to go to their bucket, and we also contribute 2,500 to this a very important venue. 2,500, while we contribute 500 shillings from all the members for 12 months. We were not supposed to pay 2,500, yet we pay 500 every month to facilitate this seminar. That is the issue we are supposed to be saying. We expected our head teachers to just come from their grassroots level The money that have been given by the national government to be able to facilitate our teachers for 5 days here should be for the members' money. But 500, it is supposed to cover this venue. We have other sponsors. We have very many sponsors. We have people who came here to facilitate like exhibitors. They pay money. They pay money for this venue. Like those guys who are outside, they have paid money. We have not been told where is this money going. We go out and collect and count how many people came here. Were they not paying for this conference? Like those people who are giving us lunch, snacks, they are paid for this venue. Where is that money? Can you be transparent? Can you be transparent? I want transparency. If you can be able to tell us, last year, we were able to raise 15 million out of these exhibitors. From that money, we have been able to use this money for the chairman at the sub-county level. Please include the teachers, the leadership, Bwana Chairman. You are still new in the office, and we want you to be transparent. We were with you in Eldoret. We want even this gentleman here, the choir master, can you be transparent? Mr. Mete, can you be transparent? Legacy, leave legacy as you leave this place. I want us teachers, as we leave the station, can we have legacy? Ya kwamba huyu jamaa alikuwa hapa na kazi ilifanyika. Members walikuwa comfortable. And I want this program to be the first program in the day. Thank you so much. But then, that is the message.
Thank you.
That is the message.
Thank you, colleague. Thank you for that very elaborate, inspired inquiry. Anybody else who is touched? I had said if there is something you would wish we put into consideration, just make a small note and pass it over. But he felt we should listen, and we have listened. Thank you very much. Then with that, I now appreciate all of you. Oh, there is somebody else there. Give him.
Mulama Jacob, TSC number 368358 from Kakamega County. I'm on the audit notes on administrative expenses. 3.6 million was paid as honoraria. Who was paid this money? On members' capacity building, I'm the vice chair, Kakamega East. I've never attended any capacity building seminar in my sub-county, but I can see 20,540,000 was spent. Who are these ones who are participating in the capacity building seminar? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, there is somebody else here. There is somebody else here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir. I'm Dalma Sogangowano from Raida Sub-County in Sierra County. Now, mine is about, we come here, year in, year out. And when we come here, we are turned to be audience. We just listen. We are not given the opportunities to ask questions, to say something, the challenges that we are having at school.
You have the time now.
Now, why don't you always give us time to also talk instead of listening to our members from the officials from our headquarters, and we, who are the donors, we are not listening to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have listened, and I want to start from the last speaker, that we do appreciate that you would also wish to be given time. Remember, if you look at the program, there was a section for question and answer. There was a section for question and answer yesterday after the speakers, and by the time we were going to that section, almost everybody had moved out. There was nobody to participate in the question and answer. We cannot put question and answer in the morning before our guests speak and we see what we can discuss after their presentations. So I think we also need to rethink and replan our conferences such that members become so special in that they participate in the conference through up to the last minute, so that we have a forum. Like when the CS was here, the hall was full. If there was anything you would have wished to raise, nobody would stop you from that. But I'm seeing like if we are not patient enough up to the last minute, it affects the chance for the members to hear their views. But remember, we do air your views as your representatives. Like I did promise in the first day that I will present the issue of capitation to the CS, and when we were seated at the holding room, I gave him those points, and he came and responded here. Didn't he respond? Didn't he promise next week money will be in the accounts? Because I did present the views of the members, the wishes of the members to him. We cannot all talk. You see, like now, as we are talking, the program is more than 40 minutes late. When we continue engaging ourselves, we might find the time for the chief guest is there, and we are not going to have the other presenters giving their view. So I will request that we just give the program a chance, we conclude it, and definitely I will respond to the issue of contributions. Yes, the contributions are there, and they are there to run the activities of the association. They are not there to fund conferences. The monies we contribute as members are contributed to run the activities of the association, but not to run the conference. That is why we always require the members to pay a conference fee. Then next, I would like also to inform you that once we get these monies, and I want it to be very clear, once we receive these monies, which we have been receiving, and Dr. Daburi is here to assure you TSC has been releasing contributions to KEPSHA every month, whether there is COVID or there is no COVID. The only problem we have is that members of late, they had withdrawn from KEPSHA in a big number. And I'm appealing to Dr. Daburi to assist us as TSC so that we have every head teacher in this country on board. And that, to assure that member who has been asking, whenever we receive the contributions, every month money is disbursed. There is a portion running the national office, there is a portion running the regional office, there is a portion going to the county so that the county can take care of the sub-county. So I am telling you that is the position, and if in your county there is a problem, I would encourage you to raise that problem through your region to the national office, and I will address it. I will address it, and I give that commitment because I want to show how the money moves every month from the national office to the county. There is a portion for every section of administration. I also want to assure the member who raised the issue of capacity buildings and administration that part of the capacity building is what we give, we allocate to your region, we allocate to your county. So if you have not been having meetings in your county or in your region, I'm going to encourage every region leaders, every county leaders to go and then ensure the leaders of KEPSHA are well informed by building their capacity, by putting them together to give them the insight about running of the association. That is about capacity building, which is supposed to be done in also all the levels. I am undertaking, because I had it in mind that before this conference starts, I would have a meeting with all the chairmen of the sub-counties. I am undertaking this. In the coming year, I will ensure I have met all the sub-county chairpersons so that I understand the problem you're having there in the grassroots. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And now I would wish to hand over to the chair of the session to continue with the program. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that insight. From where I come from, we call the lightning Otisi. So let's give our chairman Otisi. Otisi. Another. Let's give him. Thank you very much, Chair, for that report. At this juncture, let me usher in Madam Ellen Afisa, Deputy Director of Education, Coordination of Education in Emergencies. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you. As you've heard, I'm Helen Avisa from Ministry of Education, coordinating education in emergencies. So the KEPSHA chairman, our directors, director from Ministry of Education and Teacher Service Commission, all the leadership from KEPSHA, all the delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much, Bwana Chairman, for giving us this opportunity to present to the head teachers the education sector disaster management policy. This policy was launched in 2017, and as we know, disasters have been on. They have been always recurring. We've always had floods, we've always had drought, which comes with the hunger and starvation, and it affects our learners in different regions. We've always had conflicts in different regions. We've always had landslides and issues of terrorism. All those are disasters, and these disasters have been recurring, but we've been lacking a coordinated mechanism in responding to these disasters and also recovering and reconstruction of our schools after the disasters. Currently, we are having COVID-19, which has been ongoing since the beginning of last year, and we saw how it distracted our education sector. Many children, all the children stayed at home. The teachers stayed at home, the people who are managing education stayed at home, and our children who are distracted, they ended up engaging in other activities which has distracted them. Some are back on track, some will take time to get back on track, and even some have dropped out of school. So why we have this education sector disaster management policy is to ensure that we have a coordinated mechanism when it comes to preparedness, response, and recovery whenever we are hit with a disaster. So I'll start my presentation. The education sector disaster management policy, for all who have visited our tent, you signed for this copy of the education sector disaster management policy. And if you have not gotten a copy for your school, they are outside there. They are giving out these copies. And for those who have not gotten and have gone, some will be sent to our county directors so that they organize with the KEPSHA chairman at county level to distribute to the teachers, the head teachers who will not have gotten a copy. So the education sector disaster management policy, as I've said, it was launched in 2017 and it's operational. Now, first we look at the key terms about the disasters. We have the disaster, you have to know the disaster, which I'm not going to explain because we are rushing with time. But when you get a copy, you'll get the definitions in the copy. You have to know what a disaster is, for sometimes we term other things which are not disasters as disasters. You have to know what a hazard is, education in emergencies, what is it, disaster risk, what is it, response, and even vulnerability. I'll only define two terms, that is disaster risk management. And disaster risk management is why we are here, why this policy. We need to manage the risks. So disaster risk management is the application of disaster risk reduction policies and strategies to prevent new disasters, disaster risk, reduce existing disaster risks, and manage residual risk, contributing to the strengthening of resilience and reduction of disaster losses. So we need to manage the risks which are facing our institutions. And also we need to strengthen the resilience of the school community, the members, the learners, the teachers, and even the parents, so that we reduce disaster losses which comes with disasters. Resilience is the ability of a system or a community or a society exposed to hazard to resist, accommodate, absorb, adapt, and transform and recover from the disasters. So when we talk of resilience, it's the ability for us to be able to absorb the shocks of a disaster and move on. So the school community, the learners, the teachers, the managers, they need to have that resilience to adopt, to absorb disasters when they occur, and then get back to their feet, rebuild, and move on. That's what we need to do as an institution. Why is this policy important? We have distributed the policies to teachers, and they need to go and look at it. Why is it important? The policy provides guidance on how to conduct interventions for institutions affected by emergencies. So it provides guidance. When you go to it, it will give you a guidance on what to do in the event, as far as preparedness to any disasters is concerned, and then response, and then recovery. So it gives us direction. Then too, it is important document that allows education stakeholders in Kenya to seek for resources so that they can respond to disasters in learning institutions when they occur. Why is this policy important? We are going on. When disasters occur, they disrupt learning. And that one we are aware of. We saw what COVID did, how it disrupted learning. So they disrupt learning greatly, and without a coordinated mechanism of responding to these disasters and even recovering from their effect, A lot of time, resources are lost, and the policy provides for such a coordinated mechanism. How do you come up with a coordinated mechanism from the national level to the school level? Every institution must have a coordinated mechanism when it comes to responding, preparing, responding, and recovering from disasters. What does this policy intend to achieve? To build a safe, resilient, and sustainable learning environment in Kenyan education sector for enhanced access, equity, retention, transition, and completion in the provision of quality education in emergency setting. So what do we need to achieve? When you have it, take it very seriously, go through it, see what to put in place in school, and then implement it so that when disaster occurs, we are not caught unawares the way COVID got us unawares. And you saw how we were, so we could not know what to do or where to start and where to end until everything settled down, and then we had to get back to our feet. So we want, in an event of a disaster, you plan yourself for your institution, plan with the entire management, the teachers, and even the learners. They should be involved in planning for disasters, in preparing for disasters, and also in recovering from the disasters. We have policy objectives. They are in this book. I think I'll only go through 2, and then you also read the others when you get the copy. So the policy will enable us to build capacity of education stakeholders for preparedness, timely response, and recovery at all levels of education. When we say all levels of education, it's starting from the ECD or the pre-primary, the primary section, the secondary, the colleges, and even the higher institutions of learning. Then we also, the expected outcomes. What do we expect from this policy? Is to establish early warning systems and structure for disaster risk management. So in a school, do we have early warning systems? Do we provide early warning systems to our learners, to our teachers, and even to the parents and other stakeholders when we have an impending disaster, or sometimes a disaster just strikes without knowing, like issues of terrorism or issues of flash floods? So what early warning systems do we have? Do we listen to the meteorological departments? Do we listen to early warning from the National Disaster Operations Center? And then we trickle them down to the people we manage at the schools. Also, we have to develop, the policy intends to have a developed and sustained EIE programs, that is education emergency programs, at counties. Yes. Okay.
Sorry, Madam, for interruption. Dear members, we are kindly requesting all those people who are outside, they can now enter into the hall because our chief guest is in the compound, is within. So kama wewe uko hapo nje, tafadhali tunakuuliza kwa heshima, tafadhali ingia ndani. Wale wako nje, kwa heshima tunawaomba muingie ndani ili mgeni wetu wa heshima anapoingia tusionekane kana kwamba hatumu. Tafadhali wale ambao wako kule kwa tent, hata wao tunawaomba kwa heshima muingie ndani. Kwa hivyo, please, with all due respect, all those people who are outside the hall, we are kindly pleading with you to enter into the hall so that as our chief guest enters, ataona kweli tulikuwa katika huu mkutano. Hata wewe siamini ya kwamba ungefurahi ku-address an empty hall. Thank you very much, our dear members. Thank you very much, our dear members, for accepting our call. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hata wale wako kule kwa tent, na waona wengine wameanza kutiririka ndani. Kwa hivyo, tafadhali, tafadhali kwa heshima, wale wote ambao wako kule nje, Na waona wengine bado wako kule kwa hema, tafadhali na wasihi, ingieni ndani ili mgeni wetu wa heshima anapoingia akute tayari tumeketi. Thank you very much. Thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you. We can continue. I had looked briefly at the expected outcome of the policy. Then we have the management and coordination structure. It starts from the Minister of Education top management, and it ends all the way to the county and the sub-county, and then the learning institution, disaster management committees, which will be chaired by the BOM. We need to have committees from the top management, education ministry, and then up to the lower level, the school level, where we'll have a disaster, the learning institution disaster management committees chaired by the BOM chair. So when you go back to your school, please make sure you put that committee in place to be in charge of preparedness, response, and recovery when it comes to disasters. The disaster management committees in learning institution provides for an established or inclusive disaster management committees. This policy provides for an inclusive disaster management committees in all learning institutions. And the committees shall be mandated to oversee the implementation of disaster management programs or initiatives at the learning institution. And this committee will ensure that each learning institution has a contingency plan. Do your learning institutions have any contingency plan when it comes to disasters, managing disasters or managing emergencies in the school? That's what you need to do, and it's well outlined in this policy. And the disaster management committees in learning institutions, we have what it comprises of, from the BOG chair and the membership, which is all elaborated in this policy. You will have to look at it. Then the role of school level disaster management committees. What are your roles? When you go, you put in place a disaster management committee. What is the role? Is to provide policy guidance and direction on disaster management in the school. 2, to promote linkages between the school, the Ministry of Education, the partners, and organizations involved in education in emergency activities, and line ministries such as Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Works, even Ministry of Environment and others, internal security agencies. They are all, you need to have linkages with such. The school must have linkages with such, so that when it comes to responding to disasters, you have all those stakeholders involved. Then to coordinate capacity building on disaster management at the school level. You need, as a head, you need to coordinate that. Also guide development and implementation of disaster management strategies to address all disasters likely to affect the school. You know the school you are managing. You know the disasters which are likely. You know we have some which are rapid. We have those which are slow onset. So some places, they are always being affected by floods, and we know the time we have heavy rains and floods are likely to be there. We know when we are struck by maybe hunger, when we have drought, maybe we are in a conflict-prone zone, and we know when these conflicts occur. So we need to put strategies in place so that we are prepared when such a season comes, and we know we are likely to be affected by a school. Then also as a school management committee, you have to mobilize and manage resources for sustainable disaster management programs at school. We must have disaster management programs in school in case of a disaster. We have learned from COVID-19. Then we have to strengthen the integration of cross-cutting issues, which include gender, HIV, school feeding program, mentorship, disability, gender-based violence, education for sustainable development, child protection on radicalization and recruitment into violent gangs. Some of our children in certain areas, especially in cities, they are always, people are looking for them and recruiting them into violent gangs. We need to be aware of that and put measures in place to protect our children. Then we also need to promote best practices in disaster risk reduction in school community. We should have programs on disaster risk reduction and make sure the children are involved, the teachers are involved, and the parents are sensitized on the same so that they can provide support by advising their children. Then also, next we shall look at disaster risk reduction, and I'll only base on school safety. Are our schools safe? When you look back at the school you manage, is that school safe? So we are saying, why should we prioritize school safety? It's to save lives and prevent injuries arising from either floods, drought, insecurity, disease outbreak, or any other disaster. Then two, to prevent interruption of education. So the school safety is very important because when the school is unsafe and something happens, a disaster happens, then it interrupts the education of the children. It interrupts the daily work of our workforce, who are the teachers and the other workers in the school. Also, school safety is prioritized to develop resilient society, able to reduce the social, economic, and cultural impacts of recurring hazards. We have hazards which are recurring always, every time of the year. Every time of the year they are recurring. So we need to develop a resilient society. And when we say resilient society, it means children should learn, teachers should learn in that particular school or community that these disasters are always recurring and we are here to stay. We have to learn to absorb the shocks and then get back to our feet and then recover from this. We continue with our life because we cannot stop disasters, but we can learn on how to accommodate them and get back to our feet and move on because life, we have this life to live and it has to continue. So that's what we need to do. So critical components of school safety. What do we require in school safety? One, we need to have a designated staff. Do we have a designated staff in charge of school safety and who is always running around to ensure that the school is safe? Because when you designate a person, he takes that role very seriously. Two, the school climate. How is the school climate? Some of us, we are from conflict-prone areas. And then we have children who come from warring communities. So how is the school climate? Does it precipitate that, or is the school climate able to make sure that children bring about peace even when they go back to their communities? Then the reporting system. When a disaster occurs, how is the reporting system in the school? Sometimes we find that there's no proper reporting system. So we need to have a proper reporting system. Threat assessment. Do we assess threats around the school or in the school so that we attend to them? Emergency operations plan. Do we have them? Site assessment. When we want to build a structure in the school, be it a classroom, a dormitory, or ablution block, do we do site assessment so that we know this is a disaster-prone areas, it's affected by floods and whatever, so that we position our structures in a place where they will not be affected. Then we have staff and student training on disaster risk reduction. Do your staffs or your learners go through disaster risk reduction, maybe exercises and drills? You can plan with the people from Red Cross, with the people from St. John's Ambulance, with other people, maybe from the community who are well in these things, so that they can help the schools to learn about the disaster risk reduction? Do we have recovery plans? You know, sometimes when a disaster strikes, we do not have a recovery plan. Like for COVID, when we went back to school, did we make any first, or as we were waiting to regain, did we have any recovery plans for our school so that when we come in, did we have any plan for children to be given psychosocial support so that those who had lost their loved ones, those who had suffered, or those who had, their parents had lost jobs and they were suffering, did we give them any psychosocial support before they started learning? Or they just came and they started learning and they are just moving with their problems? So we need to look at that. Then we have the things that teachers need to get involved in for DRR, disaster risk reduction, like mapping hazards around the school, safe storage of learning and teaching materials before the floods come in, water storage and proper usage, proper drainage system in schools so that the classrooms are not flooded, kitchen gardening to use the water that is running. We need to put that in place. So mostly, those are most of the things we need to do, but I want only to touch on one thing very briefly. This is child protection. There was a presenter to be after me on child protection, but she got a hitch on the when she was at the airport. She has not been able to arrive on time. It's on child protection. Child protection is key when it comes to disaster management. How do we protect our children? We need to look at to protect the children, to prevent, respond to any issues that affect children. So I'll just move very fast. I see I'm being told to stop. So child protection, it's very key. What do we protect children from? That is from exclusion, from traditional harmful practices, from economic exploitation by, that is child labor, from online abuse, from unsafe programming in schools, and other abuses from our powers. We have cross-cutting issues which I'll not look at, but child protection is key. When there is a disaster, the welfare of the child is key. We need to look at that. How many of us do that? Do we have plans for that? We need to go and put them in place. So I think I'll reach there, and thank you for giving me your ears, but make sure you sign for this copy outside there if you don't have one, the education sector disaster management policy, which will guide you on how to plan for prevention, response, and recovery when disasters strike. Thank you. God bless you. Have a happy New Year 2022.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda.
Kindly, let's rise up, let's.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda.
Daima.
Anayependa Kenya ni mtu mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote. Mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Mwenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Mwenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Na nikienda ng'ambo sitarudi,
mimi ni mwana Kenya daima. Na nikienda ng'ambo sitarudi, mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
daima.
kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Mwenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda daima. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda daima. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda daima. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda.
Thank you, Bendeletu. Asante, asante, Bendeletu. Asante, members. Tunashukuru, asante sana. May I welcome to our conference our chief guest, who is none other than our employer, Daktari Jamlek Muturi, the Chairman Teachers Service Commission. Give him a clap. Give him a clap. Karibu sana, sir. We have been expecting you. We are proud to be associated with you in this conference, and we would like you to feel you are amidst your employees. We are happy that you have spared the time of holidays, when we know you were supposed to be with your family, but you have come to be with this greater family of head teachers of this country. We are proud of you, sir. Karibu sana. Let's continue with the other programs, sir. We are having only about 2 other speakers, then the program will be yours. So let's continue. Chair of the session, let's continue with the other 2 or so speakers.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and our Chair, TSC. The person to take the podium is Erita Major, who is going to talk about financial security. And you know, when you are not financially disciplined, you are going nowhere. So welcome, take us through the session. Erita Major? It's not in the house? Okay.
Sir and members, we have been privileged to have our neighbors in East African community to come and support and see what we do. I think they have a lot to learn from us. And in the house is one of the chairs of one of our East African countries, Mr. Sigedo, who is the chairman, Uganda Primary School Head Teachers Association, and also the secretary, East African Federation of Head Teachers. And I now wish to take this opportunity to welcome him to make his remarks. Welcome, Mr. Segendo. Give him a clap.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, the chief guest, the chair Kenya Teaching Service Commission and your team, the chairman of KEPSHA and your entire board, my colleagues, the head teachers. Good morning, everybody. Allow me bring you fraternal greetings from Uganda, where I hold the portfolio as I have been introduced. Mr. Chairman, I am happy to be here. When I received the invitation, I was excited because I knew I was going to talk to a vibrant team. I have been here before, and I have seen the vigilance that you have as head teachers in Kenya, and I want to thank you for that. Yes, I head the Head Teachers Association in Uganda, but to be very sincere, we have not had the vigilance that I always see when I come here. So I actually envy you for that. And I want to encourage you to continue, because each time we come this way, we learn quite a lot. He has talked about the federation, which has been revitalized. It was dying down, but it's now on moving. And I thank the support that they have committed to the revival of the federation. I was asked to talk about building effective partnerships in education. And I will be very brief because I know time is not our ally. I have a paper that I prepared. I want to request that you will allow me give both the Word and PowerPoint in soft copy to the board, so that whoever will want it will share from what I'll have given them. Now, I go to the point. In the interest of time, we want to focus on partnerships. I listened to what was presented yesterday morning when I was here, and I have listened to the recap this morning. If you will agree with me, much of the stress that was given has to do with building partnerships. I listened to the Teachers Union, I think Secretary General, when he said a head teacher is a jack of all trades and a master of all. Am I right? I think that's what he said. And a head teacher being in that position, you definitely cannot avoid building partnerships that should help you be a master of all that you do. So what is this animal partnership that we are talking about? Somebody, McDonald and others, call it a mutual supportive arrangement between two or more parties, often in the form of a written contract in which the partners commit themselves to specific goals. I call it a relationship usually involving close cooperation, because you have to get into cooperation, into collaboration, working together. Partnerships have all to do with working together. Now, because I was asked to present a case study, I just picked one small one of a school that I lead, Buganda Road Primary School, a school that I have been leading for 8 years, and I have left it this year. I'll tell you at the end why I have left it. So Buganda Road Primary School is a public institution that provides basic education to children aged between 5 and 13 years old, because we admit 6 by the time they are in primary 7, they're about 12, 13. And Buganda Road Primary School partnered with an organization called Mixa Kids Uganda. I understand Mixa Kids is equally operating in Kenya, although I may not know exactly where their offices are. But I know they are operating in Kenya. So Mixa Kids is an innovative digital publishing platform for e-books and other content authored by children for the children. The children author for their fellow children wherever they are and for all over the world. That is what Mixa Kids does. The platform is managed by a company known as SMS1 Uganda Limited. And it's a leading technology company that specializes in the software. I may not go deep into that. Now, we partnered with this company because we had a purpose, we had a vision, and we saw they were sharing in our vision. The vision we had was literacy proficiency, promote proficiency in literacy amongst the primary school learners. And that was our purpose. And then we saw that Mixa Kids was offering opportunity for these proficiencies to be promoted amongst the learners when it gives them the opportunity to write their own stories or compositions and then have these compositions published by Mixa Kids. When we saw that, and because we were struggling to promote literacy, we partnered with them, and we have worked with them since 2015 up to date, and we have had a number of fruits arising from the partnership. While the goal for Buganda Road was to develop and promote literacy skills amongst the learners, the one for Mixa Kids was to provide software and publishing services on and through their website, because we saw our children would benefit from that, and then we jumped onto the bandwagon and we got into the partnership from which we have benefited. The common purpose between the two, therefore, was improving the level of literacy amongst learners. I am stressing we should have a common goal in the partnership, and the purpose must be clear and must be related to some extent for a partnership to succeed. We set out on an agreed project aimed at promoting literacy amongst the learners, and we drew a memorandum of understanding. In effective partnerships, you cannot avoid having memoranda drawn. You cannot avoid having contracts. If you will have it effective, you need to document how you are going to operate. And the memorandum of understanding stressed basically mutual respect, willingness and commitment to achieve the goal. The goal for promoting literacy amongst the learners. And in the memorandum of understanding, we also stressed that vision, the shared vision, proficiency in literacy amongst the primary school learners. That memorandum of understanding equally grounded the rules and the expected outcomes, because we had to get into the partnership at the outset when we knew what exactly we expected to come out. And having done that, we defined the structure of organization. How are we going to move? How everything was going to run? Who was going to manage what? So clarity of roles was given to both sides, and we set out knowing what to do. We also had to be strategically decisive in crucial areas that enabled us, the partnership, to progress with minimal unforeseen bottlenecks. However, there are critical areas that we have realized that when you build partnerships, you have to take them into consideration seriously. Having gone through the partnership that we have run, we have these lessons that we have learned out of there. That the environment where the partnership is going to operate is very, very crucial. And the environment has a number of elements that come in the interplay. The environment is made up of, is twofold. There is the internal and the external environment. Now, what do you have to focus on? Our experience is that we had to critically focus on the human resource, the people to manage the partnership. We had to focus on the financial strength that was required to drive the partnership. We had to focus on the technology or the technological resources that were needed. Like I have told you, this was a digital promotion, digital publishing, where the children write for children, their books are published, and they read these books online, and whoever reads the books definitely has to pay. And this child who has had his or her book published by Mixer Kids earns, because as you access the website to read, you have to pay for that. And therefore, some money goes to the learner. So, again, technological resources had to be considered. There were a few hiccups here and there. For human resource, definitely critical to note is that the knowledgeable and experienced people or teachers, if you are to operate with the teachers, with a positive outlook to development, are always a better choice to represent the partners in any partnership. It is also critical for you to invest in training, in mentoring those people that you may have chosen to represent you in the partnership. I have talked about financial strength, and it should suffice to note that if the partnership struggles financially, it will definitely negatively impact on staff morale and limits the effectiveness. So it is always important to consider how you are going to get the resources and how much of each you will have to invest in a particular area. The technological aspect I have talked about, depending on the culture of the nature or business of the partnership, the internal environment can be made richer or poorer if the technology involved is not up to standard. All organizations are undergoing rapid and significant change, ladies and gentlemen, and that demands that the main driver of this change, being technology, it is given due attention. The other factor that we have learned from is the organization culture. Every organization has its own culture. And as you get into the partnerships, you have to know what your culture is and what the culture of the partner you are going to work with is. This refers to the psychological and social state of the personnel in the organization. It basically refers to those ways created by personnel and preserved in the organization. The way we do things in this organization, in the Kenya Headteachers Association, this is how we go about business. So if Kenya Headteachers Association is going to partner with another organization, its culture is important. But it's also critical that you understand the culture of the organization that you are partnering with. That way, you should be able to appreciate each other and get on the right footing. Otherwise, for us, we have learned a lesson there that if it is not clearly understood, you may be affected or offended in one way or another. The organization structure also is important. Partnerships and organizations may be impeded by their structure or forms of governance. Organization structure is essential. This outlines how and who is going to do what. Because you are going into a partnership, it will require building a body that is going to link the two partners, or three or more partners. But then that structure must be very well defined with clear roles of how you are going to go about the business, who will be responsible for what, and what resources will go to what office to execute business. What are the channels of communication that are going to be used in that structure, so that at the end of the day, you achieve what you wanted. Management is crucial. I listened to yesterday's speeches, and the management was running through. It's quite crucial. The capacity of this management team and the leadership style employed by the managers in that team that you have formed for the partnership is very crucial. Let us note, ladies and gentlemen, that a contemporary form of management that perceives subordinates as partners and involves them in decision-making processes, and trusting that although they may have different viewpoints, they are largely beneficial to the effectiveness of the partnership. So giving them an ear, giving them a platform to express their views in contribution to the success of the partnership is very critical. That was to do with the internal environment. How about the external? I'm running through very quickly. External environment, we have also learned through what we have executed that the economic conditions prevailing at any given time will definitely impact the partnership. How does this happen? Prevailing economic conditions of a nation or an institution will have an effect on the spending spending patterns of the partner, and therefore increase in costs of material, increase in costs of anything you intended to use. If you did not have a critical outlook when you are planning strategically, will definitely have an economic impact on the partnership and may fail the partnership. Implicitly, therefore, when you are doing the planning for the partnership, it's very, very critical to look at the economic factors prevailing and how you will navigate them as you begin on the implementation of the partnership. There will be competition. Consider what you are doing, what you are partnering in. Maybe some other people are offering the same. If it is services, they are offering them. How are you going, how have you designed in your plan to move along with them so that you succeed in your partnership? So who are those that are offering possibly what you intend to offer, or who are doing it better than possibly you do, and you can learn from them? Technology, I have talked about it, and that it will definitely affect. What is the policy framework within which you are operating? Does the legal arrangement allow you to get into the partnership, and to what extent? What are the limitations? And therefore, you have to consider them so that you do not start on anything and then along the way it has to stop. You'll have committed resources to a waste. So it's very, very important to consider that the management of the partnership requires being alert and responsive to the changes that will always impact the partnership. The partners need to be familiar with the education legal framework and how it provides for partnerships. Lastly, in the major factors that we have looked at as we implemented our partnership are the demographic factors, or the demographic element. There will always be constant change in the makeup of the partnership population. We had teachers that formed the committee. We had some parents working with the committee. The management committee of the school had members in the committee. But then we saw over time that some teachers had to go and transfer on their own and others had to be transferred. So these are demographic factors, the people you're working with. Some parents had to shift and they change position of residence to others and therefore had to take the children away. I'm only giving an example, a case of our partnership, so that when you have not taken into consideration these factors, you are likely to be affected and how you shock absorb when it so happens. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to observe that if the partnership takes into consideration those critical elements from the external and the internal environment, and a number of others that I may not have singled out, your partnership will definitely thrive and it will succeed. What have been the outcomes from our partnership? The fruits of the partnership are quite satisfactory for both partners. For the school, we have been able to support the learners to develop competency in literacy because that was our target. And all our learners can read with a high degree of proficiency. Many can write own stories, and a good number have had their books published. When you visit the website for Mixer Kids, you'll find a good number of our children are publishing their books. Let alone the publishing, they are earning money. I can give an example. I have 3 children that are paying for their school fees arising from their own compositions because their compositions have been read worldwide and they are earning, so they are paying through their school fees through that. Those who have not written storybooks have had their articles published in the weekly newspaper, weekly Mixer Kids newspaper that is distributed to the schools. As for Mixer Kids, they have been able to increase the number of subscribers to their platform, and in that way, they have been able to get the money because we have been able to build it. Now it started with us and now are crossing spread all over the country. Challenges? Definitely you do not expect to have partnerships without challenges. What are those challenges that are likely to stand out? Unless the partners are prepared to treat each other equally. I talked about the elements as I was starting and I said equal treatment. Unless the partners are prepared to treat each other equally, you can't forge a lasting partnership. So lack of equal treatment will definitely impact and is a great challenge in many partnerships. Partnerships thrive on creativity. Each day the partnership will be faced with the bottlenecks. Ability to focus on how to surmount the bottlenecks is more desirable than identifying the weaknesses of the partner. As you work together, definitely you will see the strengths and weaknesses. It's important if the partnership is to succeed not to concentrate on the weaknesses, although it is important to ensure that they are eliminated, but focus more on the strengths than the weaknesses, and therefore the partnership will grow. So partnerships need compromise. Here and there, you may have to sacrifice certain interests that you may have in order to promote the partnership so that it thrives. Leaving a single dollar on the table should not be or should not drive you nuts if it becomes necessary for the life of the partnership. Demand for consistency and commitment is very critical. Flexibility, because you are coming together, organizations that have been separate, but you are now coming together to work on a particular cause. You need to be flexible. In addition to to the compromise that I have talked about. Attempts to take advantage of others in the partnership definitely threatens the survival of the partnership. You need to be fair as much as possible to each other in the partnership so that you do not take advantage of the others. Recommendations that we have made, definitely, ladies and gentlemen, as you operate, definitely I have talked about being fair, compromise, trusting each other. But being human, there will be rocks here and there. Don't let the rocks split you. One writer said, we have to constantly remind the flowing waters that the destination is the sea. All the flowing waters end up in the sea. So we constantly have to remind that, to remind the people that we are working with of what our target, what our goal is, whatever the rocks that we may be going through. Involve all stakeholders to relate, or rather related to a partnership. In our case, I have told you we involved all the stakeholders, including the parents. They had to come in because they had to sponsor their children. They had to support them to do the writing, to put the ideas together, and then the teachers would pick up from there. The need to be strategic in the design of how you allocate the resources. And lastly, depersonalize the partnership. Don't be in the partnership as a person. Be there as an organization, and the interests of the organization should thrive. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, it may be imperative to note that resources for education, particularly financial, are diminishing every other day. Partnerships in education, therefore, continue being inevitable in the institutions where we are operating. For such partnerships to be effective, the partners need to be strategically focused and decisive. The key to achieving partnership effectiveness is understanding the entire environment in the partnership as designed. The environment, irrespective of the external or internal, is critical. I salute you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, I told you that as I conclude, I'll tell you why I have left Buganda Road Primary School. On the 3rd of December, I retired. I'm now a senior citizen. So, however, by end of March 2022, I should be able to communicate to you who will have replaced me as the chairman of Uganda Primary School Headteachers Association. But I promise to continue working with you. Once a teacher, always a teacher. And I will be there. Thank you very much.
Welcome, David. Let's appreciate David again as we usher in our sponsors, starting with Oxford. Oxford. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Our chief guest, KEPSHA chair, all invited guests, and our delegates, good morning. My name is Stephen Emongor, an educational business advisor, Oxford University Press. I want to start by appreciating the partnership that Oxford has enjoyed from the schools, from the head teachers, and from KEPSHA. We want to say thank you so much. And we also urge that we continue with such a friendship, we continue with such a partnership, so that we move forward the agenda of education. Apart from that, we have continued to publish books which are quality. We have aligned ourselves with the new curriculum, the CBC curriculum. We have done quality products in CBC, and now there is one area that is still wanting: the reading culture of our children.
And that's what we are talking about today, that as we go back, that area is still a gap. It's still a gap because the culture is one thing. And therefore, we have developed class readers which are appropriate for our children. Class readers that are going to support CBC. For example, I have a storybook called Brave Kalendi. Brave Kalendi is a story depicting the contemporary issue in Kenya, children being kidnapped. It's a big issue now. Kalendi was kidnapped. Kalendi used critical thinking as a competence to solve her problem. What was her problem? Kidnapping. And because of that, Kalendi was able to escape from the kidnapping. And she escaped with another child who had been kidnapped also, showing or demonstrating love. So when we talk about a contemporary issue, that is CBC, the piece of our education. When we talk about the core competences, communication and collaboration, the children can obtain when they read. When you talk about the core competence, critical thinking, and problem solving, our children can acquire when they read. When you talk about self-efficacy, why are we having people who are killing others? It's because of very low self-efficacy. So we want our Kenyans to develop self-efficacy. And lastly, we are saying that when our children read, they develop values which are good and ethical. Therefore, I want to invite you, as I finish, come to Oxford. We are offering, because we love the Kenyan child, we are offering 30% discount so that you can go and acquire the readers for our children to read. So welcome to our tent. Lastly, there is a raffle here within 1 minute, madam. We want to call out the winners of today's raffle, just 8 of them in 1 minute. Madam, help us just to pick 8 of them. Thank you so much. The first raffle here, the first winner who is going to get a good prize here is Joel Bolel from St. Kizito, Litein. Karibu to our tent. Welcome to our tent. The next one, the next winner is Ouma Evelyn from Kabula, RC. Come to our tent. The third raffle winner for Oxford is Joseph Nyaga from St. Joseph Catholic. Welcome to our tent. The next one is, this is the fourth winner. Just quickly, I'm finishing. Alice Rono from Masrita Primary. Welcome. The fifth one is Alice Mbali from Aga Khan Primary, Nairobi. Karibu. The sixth winner of our raffle is Stephen Maendo, Joshua Academy. And the seventh winner is Jen Mukono from CCM Mugui Primary. And lastly, our last winner, who is coming for a beautiful prize from Oxford, is Alice Kiplagat from Shiner's Academy. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Welcome to our tent.
Thank you very much, our sponsor, Oxford. Let me usher in Joseph Kamunge, Director General Communication Authority of Kenya.
TSC Board Chair, all protocols observed, my fellow delegates,
Good morning. I think I may be allowed to remove the mask so that at least we'll be able to communicate. My name is Joseph Kamunge. I'm from Communications Authority of Kenya, formerly Communications Communications Commission of Kenya, CCK, and I'm here in front of you on behalf of my CEO, Bwana Ezra Chiroba. He would have wished to be with you, but unfortunately, because of exigency of duties in his office, he couldn't make it. As late as yesterday, he was willing to come and actually was prepared to come, but unfortunately, the call of duty could not allow him to come. Thus, I'm representing my CEO. And he sent me with a simple message. Actually, a simple message that we have an elephant in the room. We have an elephant in the room, and we need the support of you all to deal with the issue in the room. And the issue in the room is the internet. Internet has got the good and has got the bad with it. And just to let you know where we are coming from, CA, we are the regulator of the ICT industry. Being the regulator of ICT industry is so big. We have the telecommunication. You have seen the rates of Safaricom, the Airtel, and the Telecom. Those are the people we do license. We have other people who provide the data, the ISP, call them the ISP, so that they'll be able to bring the internet into you, to your homes and maybe to your phones. And in regulation, we try to make the playing ground to be level. And that is why you can see. I don't know, maybe I can take you back a bit from the year 2000. I don't know many of us who remember how the ICT industry used to look like. I don't think there is anybody within the room who could talk of having a phone. But since the liberalization of the market of ICT, we have seen right now, if I can tell you, the mobile subscribers at the moment, the SIM card registration at the moment, we have got like about 60 million. We have data connection, we have like about 43 million. FM radios, I don't know, there are many, over 40. TV stations, over 60. And because now when talked of internet is borderless. We need to communicate to the outside world. We have a bandwidth. As you talk of the GB, as you talk of the MB, the international bandwidth, we talk of a terabyte, the TB. We are at around 8 terabytes. And with it now comes the elephant. And we have had now a lot of insecurity. And we call it cyber insecurity. And we have had like about 143 threats in the last 2 months. And within those threats, we have been able to advise, as CA as the regulators, we have been able to advise with around half of it. We have been able to deal with just half of the problem we have been having. Now, as CA, and as we regulate the ICT industry, we are mandated to protect the consumers. Consumers is me and yourself, but more so, our focus at the moment is our children. I don't know, since the advent of COVID, most of our running, we have done it through online. I don't know whether most of you know what the kids do when they go online. Think of any physical crime right now. It's now converted into online crime. And when you get to see our kids getting online or getting to internet, they are either on Facebook, they are either on Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, TikTok, and they are addicted. Just as me and you, a number of us, we are addicted. Nobody can afford to leave a phone for 5 minutes. And when we have these students accessing internet, we have a lot of undesirable online practices. These include the cyberbullying, the bullying you know of those days, physical. Now it has moved online. And we have the involved in secting. I don't know whether you know of the secting. You find somebody, even you'll send a nude photo of herself, of himself, into the internet, and the internet never forgets. You'll find this person or this young child engage with strangers online. And these strangers, to some extent, being online, they can easily meet offline, physically now, from online to physical. And also we have had instances where identity have been stolen. A kid will just tell where she is, where he is, where is their house, where are their parents, which is a big, big risk. There is also what we call online grooming. They will make love online, and there is also child sexual exploitation, whereby on the other side of the internet, you don't know whom you are talking to. You'll find a girl or a boy, you'll be thinking they are communicating with an age mate, but unfortunately they are communicating with something else. And the kid will be led to believe that they are actually having a real love. And now, at the extent of that, you'll get that child will be exposed to child abuse materials, and to some extent, we'll have cyberbullying. From the study and the research you have done, access of internet, either at school, at home, or outside any of those two places, can be done through the smartphones we have. At school, they come with smartphones, but they conceal them because many schools prohibit their use, but they'll come with them anyway. And still at school, they use the school computers because they know as much as the computers are monitored, unfortunately, the monitoring is not enough. At home, they will still use the smartphone, and they'll get into their bedroom or somewhere exclusive, and they'll do whatever they want to do. And this one provides them with some privacy. Then because we are two good dads and we are two good moms, we are able to give them the laptops, and they'll get back to their bedrooms and they can do whatever they want to do. Or even in home computers, the desktop. You'll find this desktop is not put in a place whereby it can be monitored. It's put in a seclusive room, and you still find these kids accessing the house computer, and they can do anything they would wish to do. And then lastly, which as a government we have been able to deal with, is at cyber cafes. These cyber cafes, you will find there is very little or no rules. We may talk of internet or being online, but it's not really a devil as such. We can harness the power of internet for positive things. and we can harness, or again, if we are not very careful, the elephant in the room will have a lot of risks and vulnerabilities. So, with the internet, because we can't live without the internet, how do we balance the two? As an authority, CA, as an authority, communications authority, we have an initiative. We have produced some guidelines on something called Guidelines on Child Online Protection. These kids need to be protected when they are online. We have been able to, these guidelines, as you know, the issue of internet, we have said is borderless again. The issue is not Kenyan, the issue is worldwide. We have one body called ITU, International Telecommunication Union. They have been able to give us some guidelines on how to produce or domesticate our own guidelines on childline protection. And with it, now that program is already out. We have now a program code, and we have those small booklets. And I would wish that from our exhibition tent, if you can go there, you can get these child online protection guidelines. What there is, being where we are, it's not that we are lacking the laws or regulations to deal with the monster. In fact, we have enough of the laws, starting with the Constitution. The Constitution will have, we have Article 29, talks of the right not to be subjected to torture of any manner of kids. Then we have Article 53, that recognizes the need of our children to be protected from abuse, neglect, harmful culture practices, and the rest. And we realized that the elephant in the room can be big. And we started our journey in 2011 when we had CS or Minister Bitang and Demo, and that's the time we started our first national stakeholders workshop on child online. Later in 2015, still in this room, we were able to launch child online protection program with you during your 11th annual delegate conference. And 2016 and up to 2021, we have been able to involve our stakeholders on this issue of child online safety. And 2018, 2019, if you remember, we were able to sponsor Kenya music festivals and Kenya drama festivals, trying to pass the message across. And right now, we have launched now our second phase, which was launched on 30th September this year by Her Excellency Margaret Kenyatta. And what we have set ourselves to do is we need to involve the teachers, mainly the Ministry of Education, first of all to develop a curriculum, and we are doing it with KICD on materials which are appropriate to our kids, so that we will be able to empower our kids when they are online, they can know when there are threats and when they can positively use the power of internet. And with that, you will agree with me, there's an elephant in the room, and we need to deal with it, and you are one of our biggest stakeholders in this, and you'll assist us to fight the monster in the room. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for telling us the elephant in the house, and we are all facing it and we are dealing with it. May I take this opportunity and welcome Mr. Hassan Dwale, Director, Field Coordination and Co-curricular Activities, MOEST. Welcome, sir. Makofi kwake as he comes.
Thank you very much. The chief guest, the Chairman, Teacher Service Commission, Dr. Jamlek Muturi, the National Chairman, KEPSHA, and the national officials from the Ministry of Education and TSC who are present, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good morning. Looking at the schedule, I will be very brief. I've been given a topic to present, strengthening co-curricular activities to enhance CBC implementation and learning. First and foremost, I want to recognize the important role our head teachers play in the success of our education programs. You have really done your best to ensure our schools are safe amidst the COVID situation in the country. The Directorate of Field Coordination and Co-curricular Activities in the Ministry of Education is responsible for management of co-curricular activities in the country, and it works through elected and appointed committees at the various levels. Colleagues, currently co-curricular activities are organized at several levels, at the school level, at the zonal level, at the sub-county, the county, the regional, the national competitions, and finally the East Africa level. Competitions are organized in terms of the levels, that is preschool, the primary, secondary, colleges, and also within an integrated program, the special needs institution schools. Given that the first cohort of CBC will be in grade 10 in 2026, considering the pathway of arts and sports science, there is a need to realign our co-curricular activities to the new order. Looking at the Basic Education Curriculum Framework 2017, which highlights the vision of the CBC as creating an engaged, empowered, ethical citizen through nurturing every learner's potential, it also proposes a broad curriculum and of emphasis to us now in this topic, the arts and sports science, which entails physical education, performing arts, visual arts, and various sports in the learning areas. Considering that the curriculum is wide at the junior school, there is a specialization in the senior school where students will focus on areas of interest to them. Therefore, there is a need to review the co-curricular activities to enhance the CBC, and therefore, a number of proposals have been suggested, which includes co-curricular activities to be organized as per the schooling level, that is pre-primary 1 and 2, grade 1 to 6 for primary, junior secondary 7 to 9, senior school grade 10 to 12, and the colleges. I also want to point out that at the senior school, the students will specialize in the art and sports science pathway, and therefore, an opportunity will be given to them above the regular championships that we shall be conducting across all levels, because at that level we expect students to showcase their talents and for them and the industry to pick the same talents for further development. Co-curricular will be used more to identify and tap talents and also to address the malpractice in the sports. We also want to put to your notice that currently there are certain schools that have been known to be centers of excellence for particular sporting activities. And it is anticipated with the CBC that the county education boards will identify and recommend secondary schools to host various talents. It is expected that 15% of schools in the county will be identified to host the art and sport science pathway, while ensuring that all the areas of the curriculum are covered. The ministry will provide technical support in the exercise. When these talent centers were identified, there were a lot of considerations that include the facilities within a school, that is, in terms of the size of the school, in terms of the sporting facilities. There are certain schools that also received or have received funds from the sport fund and were able to put up certain sporting infrastructure, and therefore such schools will also be a consideration. We shall also look into the existing sporting tradition or culture within the school over the years. Certain schools are known for certain discipline, and therefore consideration will be given to the culture and the tradition, sporting tradition within the schools. Of course, consideration will be given to the human resource in the areas of arts and sports. Related to the same is in terms of assessment of talents. Under the CBA, and as we progress to the higher levels in terms of the sport and art pathway, there will be an elaborate assessment tool to identify learners' talents in all areas, and therefore all the components will be addressed. Therefore, institutions will be expected to maintain record of pupils and students in terms of their various talents, and also in regard to mentoring as they transit to the secondary school, the senior secondary. We shall also, as a ministry and a directorate, will invest on capacity building, whereby we will need to enhance the capacity of the various officials, judges, referees, coaches, in order to improve their skills and techniques to deal with the specific sporting activities. Other areas that we shall consider as we progress to the full implementation is in terms of increased funding. Currently, the ministry funds co-curricular at all levels, at school level, the county, at the region, and up to the East Africa. And therefore, consideration will be given in terms of infrastructure development of sporting activities, equipments, training, as well as organizing championship, festivals, tournaments, cutting across all the activities. And therefore, part of the preparation includes enhanced financial allocation. Of course, coupled with this is the recently launched the PE and Sport Policy 2021, which makes it compulsory for basic education institutions to expose their children to physical education and sports in the light of curriculum reforms. There will be need for a deliberate collaboration with stakeholders to ensure that the policy is implemented as per the schedules and as per the implementation matrix. Finally, colleagues, looking at the time, I won't go far with the presentation. I know the discussions going around. All of you are eager to know when are we resuming our co-curricular activities. Even if I give a good speech, I know that is the question that you want to hear. Yeah. All the intention to resume full co-curricular activities. Remember, we still are within the COVID situation, and therefore, initially, we did not know how far we will go. That is why we were cautious to release any co-curricular calendar. However, as a directorate, we have done several interventions, including developing COVID-19 protocols for various activities. And we involved the various stakeholders. The stakeholders have done their input. The protocols are ready for the various. We have shared out, conducted workshops, cascaded the protocols, which means even with a COVID situation, we are ready. Recently, the ministry issued a circular to allow inter-school contest. That is a clear indication that we don't waste talents, and therefore we have shown an indication that we are soon resuming. We were almost releasing a circular on our co-curricular the beginning of this term that has ended. But with consultations, we had kept it pending. Next term is third term, and therefore you expect there are no co-curricular activities, save what is the engagements happening within the schools and neighboring schools. But come first term, next year calendar, there is a lot of consultation going on. We are very hopeful that a calendar will be released. Therefore, continue mentoring our children, ensure that you are ready for any event. With those few remarks, I wish you well. I know you had very fruitful discussions. May I wish you a safe journey as you travel back home, and enjoy the new year. Have a happy new year. Thank you, colleagues.
Let's appreciate our director. Better than that. Let me usher in the General Secretary, Mr. Mitei, to take us through the recap.
Secretary, bring on board the chairman to give a present to the director.
Yeah, may I kindly request our very able chair just to come here. We give a present to our last speaker, the director. Karibuni. Karibu. Yeah, makofi. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, our national chairman, our invited guests who are here today, our honorable delegates, I have come back again to stand before you so that I read the 17th Annual Delegates Conference resolutions, which we have been captured for the last 3 days we have been here, and I want to continue reading one by one. Number one, the 17 annual delegates have approved the financial audited report for the year 2020-2021 financial year and the projected budget for the year 2021-2022 for KEPSHA activities. Number two, the delegates have also approved Kiko Njenga and Company Certified Public Accountants Kenya as the external auditor for 2021-2022. Number three, we have also resolved as the delegates that the monthly disbursement of the funds to the regional offices and counties to be audited and accounted for fully. Number four, the delegates have also resolved to continue supporting the Ministry of Education initiative for developing the COVID-19 response and recovery plan, whose aim is to guide on modalities of provision of accessible, quality, and equitable and inclusive education and training to all levels. The delegates have also resolved to continue supporting fully the competency-based curriculum as initiated by the government. The delegates have also resolved to continue implementing the Ministry of Education and Teacher Service Commission policies for improvement of education management in our schools. The delegates have also come up or encourage the promotion of opportunities for the head teachers' capacity enhancement through seminars, conferences, workshops, short trainings, courses, or on any sound principles of education management in our country. The delegates have also resolved to continue supporting the government's initiative of integrating ICT into education through the digital learning program. The delegates have also resolved to task the sub-county chairpersons to take leadership in recruitment of the new members of KEPSHA and frequently to induction to the new KEPSHA members using the KEPSHA constitution. The delegates have also resolved to continuously engage the Ministry of Education and the Teacher Service Commission and other stakeholders on the challenges faced by the head teachers in their case to positively influence the learning outcomes. The delegates also resolved to work with the East African counterparts for the betterment of education development in the region. The delegates also resolved to fully support the policy of 100% transition of learners from primary level to secondary schools. The delegates also resolved to continue developing strategies, plans that will assist the association reach its full potential. The delegates also resolved that KEPSHA officials to continue working with the Ministry of Education and KICT to ensure textbooks in every new grade were delivered before the child transit to a new grade. The delegates also empower the KEPSHA officials to work with education officials to address issues of teachers' transfers, teachers' capacity building, funding to schools, and the CAB's experiences when the learners transfer as the CBC curriculum is fully implemented. The delegates also resolved that KEPSHA should also continue partnering with UNICEF and other promised partners on the National Children's Council Congress and other children's activities in this country. The delegates also resolve and empower KEPSHA officials to continue supporting the organization of the World Teachers' Day. The delegates also resolve and empower KEPSHA officials to continue supporting the progress of engineering and refining the NAMIS number to assist the efficiency of the data collections. The delegates also resolve that the KEPSHA officials to continue lobbying and engaging the Ministry of Education to ensure that all schools receive funds by the beginning of every term, and for the increase in capitation. The delegates further resolved that KEPSHA to continuously working with the government to provide more desks for schools in the year 2022, and to map out schools in the slums so that all bright and needy children will be assisted to go to school. The delegates also resolved to collaborate with the Kenya National Parents Association to promote the strong partnership, coordination, and parental engagement to help the children re-entry into schools. The delegates also resolved to continue lobbying the Ministry of Education to provide materials for both primary and secondary schools that also inclusive for the physical disabled children. The delegates also empower and resolve that KEPSHA officials to continue consulting with the Ministry of Education on the proposals of the grade 7, grade 8, and grade 9 be domiciled in primary school. The delegates also resolved that KEPSHA proposed that secondary schools become a day school so that parents can continue molding our learners for the behavioral and character behaviors. The delegates also resolved that we must continue requesting the Teachers Service Commission to consider hardship allowances to teachers when they are delocalized. KEPSHA also, or delegates also propose that Teachers Service Commission should consider transferring teachers to appropriate stations specifically for the married couples. The delegates also resolved to continue working with the partners, especially with the National Children's Service in the Children Council activities. Lastly, the delegates also resolved that essay writing competition for the learners should be an annual event in partnership with the promising partners, especially the Bwani Oil Limited and other strong stakeholders. So those are the few resolutions captured today in this, the 17th annual delegate conference. So I table these resolutions before the delegates. May I now request somebody to propose so that this one will belong to you. You adopted them to be yours. Yes? You stand and propose. Mike? Mic is not working. Put it on. Put it on. Come here. Come here. Shegai, Dirango.
Okay. Wycliffe Mikatu, TSC 288338 from Kakamega County. I propose the resolutions to be adopted and to be implemented. Thank you.
Asante. Who is seconding? Yes. Come, madam. Even the two of you, you can stand together. I accept that.
Dorcas Ogombe, TS number 264582 from Mubusia, Sub-County, Bunyala. I second, and I think it will work. Thank you very much. Welcome.
So thank you. Let her also, yes?
Wanjiko Ruth agreed with the said, Murang'a County.
Very good. This has been an extraordinary conference where we have now gotten almost everybody proposing and receiving the resolutions. Can you clap for yourselves? Number two, I want also to appreciate, this has been the first conference where we have been having our employer right from the first day to the last day. Can you give them a clap? This also has been the first conference where the chairman himself, the national chairman, has been fully seated on his chair to receive the guest. Give him a clap. So thank you, thank you. I want to wish you the very best. May God be with you. Let me now request our chairman to take up now the mic from there. Karib.
Thank you, our National Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come now to a very important session of our conference today, and that is the closing ceremony and listening to the advices from our father in teaching service, who is in the house. And we have to usher him in style. So I'm telling our band, prepare a hot one for the chairman, Teacher Service Commission, and let everybody be on their feet to have this number as we welcome our chairman, Teacher Service Commission. Let's go, band.
Everything on the border blow. My house go double the blow. My job go double the blow. Hey, my God is good, oh. Hey, my God is good, oh. Hey, my God is good, oh. Turn up, turn up. My God is good, oh. Everything on the border blow. No, everything on the border blow. My house go double the blow. My money double the blow. Shuka chini, chini tena. Shuka chini, chini tena. Shuka chini, chini tena. Twende, twende. Ah, kachini, shuka chini, twende. Yeah, panda, 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 panda. Oh, yeah, my God is good. 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 Oh, everything I double the blow. Everything I double the blow.
Asante kundi letu. Asante kundi letu. Sasa karibu Bwana Chama Daktari Jamlek Muturi. Karibu, karibu.
Thank you, the chairperson KEPSHA, Bwana Johnson Zioka, the executive of KEPSHA, Kenyan chapter and Ugandan chapter. Now that there is a very good partnership and we encourage that. The CEO of the Teacher Service Commission, ably represented by the entire team led by Dr. Ndamburi. I will request that you stand wherever you are kindly. Ladies and gentlemen, I can see you and the other side. Let's give them a hand, please. Thank you so much. The representative from the Ministry of Education, and we want to recognize that the CS was also here in person, not sending somebody. And we want to thank the minister. I request them to stand, the Minister of Education, because we are partnering with them and working very closely. Let's give them a hand. NAT officials, I don't know whether they are here. I know they left, but you are members of the NAT. I was also a member of the NAT, so I'm not talking of anything else, but I'm part of this family. Distinguished end teachers, the sponsors were here, invited guests, inclusive of the Ugandan counterpart to my chair, Mr. David. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. God is good all the time, and that is his nature. We must thank God because, Mr. Chairman, it has taken the hand of God for us to be here today. I know the previous year we did not have it because of COVID, but God has kept us safe, healthy, and enabled us to see the beauty of the day. We thank God. Even for the journey masses, Mr. Chairman, from wherever you have come from to this conference, the interactions we have had with nature, it has taken the hand of God. And as a commission, we thank God. We thank God because he has enabled us to continue. Indeed, Mr. Chairman, it's my first time to interact with you and your team as your servant and the chairperson of the Teacher Service Commission. And I want to inform all the delegates that now we are full house. His Excellency President gave us the mandate, 4 of us, by May, and by September, 5 more commissioners came in. And now we are full house as your servants to serve you fairly, effectively, and efficiently. I hope you accept that we are ready to serve you. Do you accept that? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, it's also an honor that I preside over the 17th edition of Annual Delegates Conference for KEPSHA. I remember with nostalgia when I was a head teacher and a principal in high school, and we'd come here in Mombasa and other places and meet in a conference like this to share experiences, to share knowledge, and also to exchange ideas on how to go about school management. So me as a teacher, as a head teacher, I feel that I'm with my brothers and sisters this particular day. And that's why I said I'll come in person to interact with my brothers and sisters in this particular forum. During this conference, I want to trust that you have shared experiences and engaged in discussions that are geared towards improving on our performances as head teachers of various schools in this country. I am April informed that we have over 6,000 head teachers, and the whole country has over 20,000 head teachers. I want to trust and believe that the reason why we are the way we are is because we have adopted a hybrid system where you have the physical meeting and also we have the virtual meeting. Can we give a hand to our executive for adopting the new norm in handling national meetings? That is the way to go, and we want to applaud you for that. I hope that you have come up with the solutions, and I have personally handed them, and I request Mr. Ndambori, Dr. Ndambori, to take those that are directed to the TSC so that they can be acted upon without any further delay. Because the resolutions, Chairman, you have made with your team are not only important to you, but they inform and influence national education policy in this country. Because you are very key stakeholders as far as we are concerned. May I take this opportunity to thank and appreciate all of you for finding time to come and learn from one another, because iron sharpens iron. Possibly, Mr. Chairman, the school you are learning, you may be imagining that it is very difficult. But when you share with your sister and your colleague, you will realize that the ideas he or she is adopting can be very helpful to our management. So let us be free and willing to share experiences. Mr. Chairman, the TSC is mandated under Article 2.7, Part 1, 2, and 3. 1, to undertake its critical role of not only registering teachers, employing teachers, promoting of teachers, and those other functions. And I know, Mr. Chairman, you included, you are benefiting from the mandate of the TSC because you are promoted from classroom to become a head teacher. So can we appreciate the TSC for promoting us to be head teachers of our schools? I also noted with appreciation when you are giving me a brief that these head teachers, around I think 2 years or 3 years ago, you upgraded to higher job group after the SRC recommendation. It is our mandate to promote you, and we will continue promoting you. We will continue also remunerating you based on the available funds, and also consultation with the chairman and other stakeholders, inclusive of the teachers' unions, because we have to work in cooperation with all stakeholders. That is our mandate, and that's what we are supposed to do, and we will definitely do it. In this regard, Mr. Chairman, let me note that head teachers are very crucial ingredient in learning and ensuring that the national policies, both by the TSC and also by the Minister of Education, that they cannot do and we cannot do without you. You are very, very important. You are the engine, you are the drivers of education in this country. And therefore, we appreciate you, Mr. Chairman, your team, because of the role you are playing. I take this opportunity to sincerely appreciate all our head teachers for taking care of our learners in our public schools, sometimes under very challenging circumstances. When I came in and I had interaction with your chairman, I asked him, if you asked to give the top 3 main challenges to the TSA at the ministry, which ones would you give? He gave challenge number 1 as a shortage of teachers. Is that true? Is that true? So he was correct. Then he said also another challenge was inadequate funding within the schools. Is that true? So he's a very able chairman. Let's give him a hand, because he was able to really articulate your issues. I wish to emphasize, Mr. Chairman, that head teachers are the chief executive officers of their schools. They are CEOs. Can you turn to a friend and tell them you are the CEO of your school? Why am I calling you the CEOs? It's because, Mr. Chairman, you play very important roles. One of the roles you play is human resource management. You are managing the teachers who are employees, ensuring that they perform their duties in the right way. You are managing finances. The Ministry of Education, through the CS and the President, always sends capitation to our schools. And Mr. Chairman, my able head teachers are able to manage these finances in the right way. Mr. Chairman, our head teachers also manage infrastructure within the schools. And that's why when I refer to them as CEO, I'm not missing a word. I mean, they are the CEOs of our schools. And we need to appreciate them. We need to recommend them. We need to support them. The Commission is fully aware of the crucial role of head teachers. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, we have made deliberate effort to support and cushion our head teachers against any form of interference in their performance of their duties. And as a commission, we will stand with our head teachers when they do their work and when they do it well. That one is a pledge from the commission. And that's why, and I'm happy it has been noted, the commission has been here from Monday, the body has been here, and Madam has been here. All of us, we are here because we believe that you are the engine, you are the drivers of the education system in this country. On behalf of the Commission and on my own behalf, I want to encourage the head teachers to remain focused, innovative, realizing that the future of our children and that of our country largely depends on your commitment and diligence. Mr. Chairman, we came to the office from May, and we have gone to various regions in this country. We came to Mombasa, some of my team, another one went to Nyanza, Rift Valley, we have gone all over. There is a school I went, Mr. Chairman. It's a special school. That's school for students with special needs. And I read a writing in one of the posts on the corridors, which was written like this: when I see my teacher, I see my future. Hello? Can you hear that writing? When I see my teacher, Amen. So when the boys and girls see you, they see their destiny. They see their future. The question that came to my mind, Mr. Chairman, was, what kind of a destiny am I directing my son or my daughter or the people that I'm managing? It was a very educative thing. I learned a lot from that post. And it is always lingering in my mind wherever I go to any school, that when I see the teachers, I see the future of this country. Sio ni ukweli? Because you are the role models. Mr. Chairman, this year's conference theme, The End Teacher Leading in Crisis, Reimagining the Future, resonates well with the current situation where the country is slowly struggling to recover from devastating impact of COVID-19 pandemic, which disrupted all the systems, the entire society and the education system. Sundry, Mr. Chairman, I need to note the pandemic has claimed many lives, inclusive the lives of end teachers, parents, teachers, and many people in the education sector. I request all of us to stand. All of us to stand. We observe a minute of silence in honor of our frontline workers, our colleague teachers, head teachers, parents, and the like. Let's pray for their families. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Mr. Chairman, this theme places special focus on the responsibility on end teachers in all the countries in the world, as Kenya endeavor also to realizing the lost time because of COVID-19 pandemic. But I want to thank the end teachers because they have been very innovative. Our Western schools, when we agreed that we have washing points for our hands by our children or our pupils, there is something I noted, Mr. Chairman. Because of the innovation level of the end teachers, they use the indirected waters to the flower plots, ensuring the children are clean, and at the same time, the flowers are getting water so that they can grow well. That is taking care of the environment. It is not anybody else except a teacher who can be such innovative. And that's why I applaud the teachers. Mr. Chairman, the implementation of CBC calls for great involvement of end teachers as key drivers of the new education system. The end teachers are working during extraordinary times, and that requires extraordinary strategies. Mr. Chairman, allow me to say that the end teachers are running schools under turbulent times and environment dominated by complex socio-economic, and I thank the representative of the ICT because of digital technological challenges. Leaders and their managers are now running schools in an environment that is very diverse. I was talking to Dr. Damburi, and I was telling him I was very excited the other day when a young man who is in grade 3, Mr. Chairman, requested for my phone. And when I gave him within a minute or two, he returned the phone. Later on, the guy told me, you know what? I heard the people who called you today. I asked him, how did you know? You know, when you gave me your phone, I was able to link it with the smart TV. You carrying the gadget, I was left with your phone in the house. Hello? Most of the parents you are having are the parents of Generation X and Generation Y. While the students which you are having in school, they are Generation Z and Alpha generation. And therefore, you are dealing with the 21st century parents and children, who, Mr. Chairman, you cannot manage them the way we were managed in 1970s, 1960s, and 1980s. We must be versatile enough to adopt the latest technologies and ensure that we take in the pedagogies that are in line with the current generation. I could not imagine. And when I asked this young man, prove to me, he told me, tell somebody to call you. So when this person called me, then I would see the person calling and the conversation. I was left dumbfolded. That when you leave, madam, when you are leaving home, your son has already hacked your phone, it's left in the TV, so they are able to know where you are moving, whom you are communicating with, and the like. That is the generation we have. Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware of the challenges that we are going through during this unpredictable times. As I've started enumerating through your chairman, one of them is limited resources. And one of the key resources, Mr. Chairman, is human resource, the staffing. And we are working with all stakeholders. We have consulted, and Madam Antonina is aware of that, with the Parliament for more funding. Because the national government gives us money to recruit at least 5,000 teachers per year. And we usually replace the ones that leave the TSC through natural attrition. We are still pleading with the national government to give us more money so that we recruit more teachers. And we also try to do proper staff balancing so that all institutions have at least adequate teachers so that we can deliver to the pupils. I know we have limited infrastructure in our institutions, the desks, the chairs, and other things. And we also, as I've indicated, we are in a situation when the country is facing a serious economic challenge. Our parents have lost their businesses, they have lost their jobs. So you find that most of our parents are actually having issues of finances. But that notwithstanding, Mr. Chairman, I also want to note another, somebody called it elephant in the house. We have decayed social morals and values to the point that our sons and daughters don't have mentors. And therefore, as teachers, we are faced with such a challenge, and therefore for us to be able to manage our schools well, we need to adopt the following strategies. One, as teachers to be able to manage under crisis, then you need to have a clear vision of the institution that you are learning. A clear vision. You need to ensure you ask yourself and your team, who are we, where are we, and where are we going? I agree, somebody said here, there has been delocalization. Some of us, and majority of us, are not working from our home environment. But we are working in all the other parts of this country. What does that mean? That means that as a head teacher, then you have to know how to interact and mingle and relate quite well with the stakeholders in the environment that you are in. That calls for you to build a good vision that is understood by all stakeholders that you are working with. What it means is that we must have the big picture. Have the big picture of the school. Let the pupils understand they are here to learn. Mr. Chairman, allow me to say, in 1970s, those who were the teachers then, the management of schools was very easy. Because the statement that says education is key to the future, they only knew that when you get educated, you end up driving a car, you end up doing all this, you end up having a better life. But today, you find that the landlord to you is a parent, is a villager. So the son of this man or the son of the landlord do not understand what you say when you say that education is the key. So we have a responsibility really to bring in the students on board to understand the required knowledge for their life. The kind of teachers, Mr. Chairman, you have, they are young teachers. I've gone to the staff room, majority of them, they are in their 20s and 30s. They are very different from the teachers who are there around 20 years ago. And therefore you have a reason to sell the idea, the vision that you have to them. What about the modern parent? The modern parent, majority of them, they are in their 30s, in their 20s, and some of them are the 40s. These are parents who are very different from the yesteryear's parents. The yesteryear parents knew that I want to educate my son or my daughter so that he can be employed, so that my life and that of my family can be better. The modern parent is already at a higher level, very high level. So when he comes to your school, she comes to your school, they know more than you know. But then as teachers and managers, we need to sell the vision well. Another thing that we require as the modern head teachers is to aspire to be creative, drive innovative, and problem-solving skills. What I mean is, we cannot afford to do things the same way that things were done previously. We have to adopt the new norm, new management style. And this calls for the following. Point number one, we need to build teams. And I'm happy with our colleague from Uganda who has talked of collaboration. As a head teacher, what we require to do is you need to collaborate with all stakeholders. What do I mean? You are in an environment that is new. You go to an area that you find the community believes in this perspective. Co-work with them, liaise with them, so that they can support your administration. Build coalitions with other institutions. And Mr. Chairman, let us ensure that we work hand in hand with the Ministry of Education, with the TSE, and also with the Interior Ministry. Because the Interior Ministry will give you information that you may not know. The chief, the sub-chief, they know the area better than you. They will be able to tell you where challenges are. Mr. Chairman, allow me also to inform my colleague teachers and then teachers who are here. They also need to ensure they are not only working with stakeholders, but they need to scan the internal and external environment of their schools. Hello? You need to do what? To scan the internal and external environment of your school. Because the internal environment comprises of the teachers. You need to understand your teachers and work with them as a team. Know your strengths as a head teacher, know your weaknesses. Co-work with your deputy head teachers. Remember, the deputy head teacher is a head teacher in waiting. Sio ni ukweli? And some of them want to take your seat. It is not bad for them to be ambitious. And therefore, let us work with them closely, knowing that nobody has monopoly of knowledge. That's why as a commission, we are also working with all stakeholders. We are working with the unions. We are working with you, KEPSHA. We are working the ministry. We are working KICD and other stakeholders to ensure that we deliver our mandate. I call upon the teachers to scan the internal environment. When you scan it well and scan it right, Mr. Chairman, we will be able to manage your school with very minimal resistance. When you are coming up with an idea, share that idea in the staff room. Let it be bought by all the teachers and walk the journey together. Scan the external environment. What are the factors leading to absenteeism of students in our schools? What are the factors that are affecting the normal flow of the system within the school? The moment you identify those, work with them. The other point, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put a close. In order to succeed when you are managing under crisis environment, lead by example. Lead by example. As a head teacher, teach physically in class. In class. So that you can know your students by name and also by their ability to learn. Be humble, don't be arrogant. Mr. Chairman, I want to note that for us to succeed as leaders during this dispensation, it is time for us to be humble enough to accept when we are corrected. Also to accept when we are told this is not the right way, we need to do it this way. When a stakeholder says, no, Mwarim, mambo haiendi sawa sawa, don't say that I'm the principal, I'm the head teacher. I can command that to be out of this gate. Listen. Have a listening ear. I ask myself, why did God give us 2 ears and only one mouth? So that we listen more and we talk less. Listen to the parent. Listen to the parent. Listen to the sponsors. Mr. Chairman, I cannot cheat you. The various stakeholders will come to offices and tell us a lot of stories. But what we have ensured we do, and I want to promise the teachers, we must do due diligence. When they come and tell me Mr. Chairman is doing this or the other, we always do investigation. We don't ask to do things, but we listen to them. Can you learn to listen to the stakeholders? The other last point, Mr. Chairman, is for you to succeed, you must be agile and adaptable and flexible. Agile, agility. You must be elastic as a leader. Don't have overconfidence. Don't be too emotional. Mzazi amekunja pale and you feel no, the boy or the girl has done this or the other, you brush her off. If there is an issue within the staff room, keep her cool. Listen to the teacher. Try to advise as much as possible. I know some of our teachers have their own challenges, but sometimes the teachers have challenges because they have challenges at home. Sini kweli? You might find a teacher drinking or even doing funny things, but it's not because the teacher has designed it. Possibly the teacher has domestic problems. Yeah? The other day we had an issue where a male teacher told us that, you know, my wife beat me very hard. I could not go to school that day. When I went to school, the head teacher gave me a show-cause letter. Sasa ningeenda wapi? At home it's a problem. Na kwa shule ni shida ingine, si sawa? So let us listen, let us learn to listen so that we can walk this journey together. Mr. Chairman, to conclude, there are 3 competencies that I would call upon my colleagues to adopt. One of them is have emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence calls upon a leader to do the following. One, to do is personal analysis. Try to evaluate your strengths and your weaknesses. And therefore, when you evaluate your strengths, build on your strengths. And that's what will cause you to be such a great head teacher. Know your limits. Each one of us has weaknesses. Even me, as the chairperson TSC, have my own weaknesses. When I identify my weaknesses, then I can work with the others to ensure that we succeed. The other point is that ensure you have conflict management strategies in our schools, so that when conflicts come, let us have systems that assist us to sort out the conflicts. Differences will be there in administration. Sometimes you find when you want to implement a project, the stakeholders don't want that project. Mr. Chairman, you are transferred to a school, you realize there's a tree. One of head teachers was taken to Central Region. Listen to this. A teacher was taken to Central Region by the commission, my commission. When the teacher went there, there was a very heavy rainfall, and a branch of Mogumo tree fell on the rooftop. And the teacher, because he did not come from that area, just called a young man who came with a power saw and cut down the Mugumo tree. it was terrible for the head teacher. Because he was told, Mogumo tree is never supposed to be cut. Are you getting that? So there is need for you to know. So what he did, he called the chief. Because the elders were on his neck. Then the chief told him, you know what? Mogumo tree is a sacred tree in this region. So the chief called the elders. And they sat down with the elders, with the head teacher. He was told what to do. And indeed. And the conflict was resolved. So we must have mechanisms of conflict resolution. Try to understand the dynamics of communities, of regions, and when there are issues, use stakeholders. The second point, or the third point, have influencing skills and inspire hope to everybody. And I want to thank the teachers because during COVID, when Standard 8 pupils opened school, the teachers were able to work with them. Even when they did the exams were performed well. Give yourself a hand for that good performance. We cannot take it for granted. And therefore I call upon all of us to be team players, to know how to negotiate with various stakeholders, social partners, so that we can deliver on our mandate. Mr. Chairman, as I conclude, I want to note that the Commission is aware that the challenges confronting us today as a nation and even as a global village require innovative solutions. As a Commission, we have continued to pursue strategies of building professional service. Some of the achievements which we have done as a Commission include the following. One, there is ongoing training on CBC. We are institutionalizing the TMEC. We are automating various processes such as recruitment, registration, leaves, and many other services. Mr. Chairman, why we are engineering is because we want our teachers to have more time in class than outside the class. That you don't require to know Dr. Moturi for you to be given the services. We need to go to the system, activate the system, and get your solution online. That is our vision, and that's what we are embarking on. Something else we are doing, we are also engineering the retirement and the benefits of the people when they retire. Because we have noted, Mr. Chairman, when teachers retire at the age of 60, some of them take 2-3 years before their benefits are processed in query. You can imagine you have worked for that years, then you stay for long before you are paid. We have engineered the process, and Mr. Ndabori is aware of that, and I can assure you that our strategy is that immediately you retire, as a TSC, you are finalized with your documents so that you are paid on time. We must respect our seniors. Sio ni kweli? Sasa chairman, umefanya kazi 30 years. Then you stay 10 years before you are paid. Si itakuwa mbaya? And I want to thank the CEO, Madam Acharya, because he has really been the champion of the change we are instituting as a commission. The other thing we are doing, Mr. Chairman, sometimes one of our mandates is discipline. And we noted sometimes taking too long before the discipline cases are heard. And that's why we have adopted hybrid system, where we are also having virtual discipline hearing. Because we want to ensure that our teachers get justice as we also discipline them. Because also justice is very, very important. Mr. Chairman, allow me to say, plans are underway to roll out teacher biometric registration in order to digitalize the database of teachers. I am saying I'm a teacher. My TSC number is 322677. And Mr. Chairman, as a teacher, sometimes people will go to the TSC and find the file is lost. What we are doing is automating so that the entire data of the teacher is captured. So that when you go for interviews, when you go for promotions, when you come for retirement, we don't require to ask you documents that were given that years ago. That is why we are going through the process of automating and capturing your data. So I'm calling you, Mr. Chairman, mobilize your people so that they can support that system. The aim is for efficient service delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I encourage all head teachers to continue working smart as you carry your leadership mandate, bearing in mind that you have been chosen by God in your generation at a time like this to bring the change to benefit humanity. You must endeavor to be guided by the Teacher Service Commission learning core of fairness, transparency, efficiency, and effectiveness. I assure you of the Commission's support in improving your welfare and commitment to harmonize working relationship with all stakeholders, inclusive of the unions. I encourage you to ensure that your institutions continuously observe COVID-19 protocols as we face the threat of the new Omicron variant. Let us observe the recommended protocols. I take this opportunity, therefore, to wish all of you a happy New Year 2022. May God bless you. May God be fond of you. May God grant you wisdom as you manage our schools in this nation. God bless you. God bless Kenya. And now, I want to declare this conference officially closed.
Asanteni sana. Hebu tusimame sote walimu. Tusimame sote tunawaomba tafadhali. Mmemsikia daktari? Once a teacher, always a teacher. Wapi makofi ya daktari? Our national chairman, on behalf of the heads of this country, please tunakuomba upeane zawadi kwa daktari. Daktari, pokea zawadi yetu kwa moyo mkunjufu. Makofi kwa daktari. Makofi kabisa kwa daktari. That's a small token, daktari, from KEPSHA. Asante sana. Asante sana. Asante sana daktari. Kabla hatujaketi, tunataka kidogo kuangalia, tuchambue na watu wa band muwe karibu hapo. Daktari wetu, our TSC chairman, Dr. Muturi John. Mimi kimaoni yangu kama mwalimu nilikuwa nimempa EE. Kuna mzazi alikuwa karibu kunipeleka kotini kwa sababu ya EE. Ati mtoto wangu anapata E. But hiyo inamaanisha nini? Exceeding. Ame-exceed ama haja-exceed? Daktari, we have given you EE. Si ile E ya zamani, E ya CBC. Expectation. Once a teacher, always a teacher. Because of that, tunampatia daktari kofi moja tu. Wow. Daktari ametuambia, when I see my teacher, I see my destiny. Are we in agreement? Are we in agreement? And because of that, tupatie moja. Asante sana. Daktari kama ametumaliza leo ni kitu kimoja. Na hii, take home with it. Go to the bank with it. As a TSC employer, baba yetu na mama yetu anakuambia, I recognize your efforts. Are we not happy for that? Hiyo tumpatie mbili. Moja, mbili. Asante sana daktari. Daktari ametuambia, jamani, we are handling the 21st century learners. If you are not careful, your son and daughter will be tracking you every moment you go. Everywhere. He will even be tracking your lessons in class. Kwa hivyo, as a 21st century learner, let us also be 21st century teachers. Ladies and gentlemen, kabla hatujamalizia kabisa, daktari ametuhusia, we lead by examples. Did you hear that? You lead by example. When my employer was talking, I was seriously taking notes, which I believe you did that. Sindio? So we lead by example, and we also accept to be corrected, and we learn to listen, among many other things. Kwa hayo yote daktari, tunasema asante sana. Mungu akubariki daktari. Tusalimie sana mama yetu, and all Dr. Ndabuki and all your team also were there. Madam at the back. Sote tunawashukuru TSC kuwa na sisi throughout. God bless you all. God bless our teachers. God bless Kenya. A big clap to everybody. One. Nyingine. Ya tatu. Wanacheva. Karibu sana. Thank you daktari.
Asante sana Bwana Fuad, na kwa kufunga kabisa kongamano hili la 17 la walimu wakuu wa shule za msingi, kidogo tusimame wote wima kwa wimbo wa taifa kwa Kiswahili. Tusimame tafadhali. Twende. Mungu twaomba ulinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki.